Let decoy be the best of the best.
Dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะแต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่2แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic, set small goals like us, something like getting first place for 4-week straight.
Hai boy, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Sekarang kita ketemu di SEA, you pasti udah nggak hype lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติยศต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายเข้ามาได้2 ครั้งอย่าพูดมากเลยรอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Seingat gua di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gua jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง6 ทีมแค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS are a bit overconfident, but no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys have the backdrop of Geek Fam.
ทุกคนคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเด็กอัจฉริยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zip line can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zip line halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, zip lines can be destroyed. Players can use the zip line to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged zip lines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall, and this is brought to you by Tencent Games Partner Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. I'll be your host, caster, analyst today, which is going to be me, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
You want to take over my identity, right?
Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, but before that, definitely we want to thank our sponsors first, which is going to be our official smartphone partner, Realme. With the latest chipset of MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G, the GT Neo 3 will bring you a next level experience in the battlefield of PUBG Mobile. And also thank you so much for our official live stream partner TikTok. Don't forget hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge and follow all of our official PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Philippines. And also don't forget, if you guys are a new user, there's also official food delivery partner GrabFood with 50% off. GrabFood promo code, which can be PUBGM, okay? All capital letters. You can also get 50% promotion code, and definitely it's going to be filling in your dinner later on with our chicken dinners for today. So Cloud, day number 2.
Day number 2.
Day number 2.
I had that moment is because I thought you were calling yourself at some point.
The cloud.
Yeah,
The two.
I know, right? Nah, just kidding. But anyway, just to start off day number, just a little bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So, the Infinity, superb first round. I mean, Noosa, Mela, they were insane yesterday just to get that chicken dinner. But towards the end of the day, it was the day of the Indonesian. We saw NFT getting the chicken dinner on the board. We saw Boom as well. So it was a really, really good start for these teams. But then again, we also see some of the teams that haven't got the chicken dinner, but they are fairly consistent and they're moving up, like 4 Rivals, for example. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but as of now, their standings are not too bad, despite not really like at that number 1, number 2 spot yet.
Feels like FaZe and 4 Rivals sharing sort of the same seed with no chicken, no problem. Because we do know, well, we mentioned about this yesterday. We were hopeful about the point system is going to be same like PMRC, but it's going to be revert back to the same old one, which is going to be 15 points for the chicken dinner. But despite of yesterday, I have to say, Infinity giving us such a wow performance as well. But I'm looking for today, which we're going to see, and looking for the Malaysian teams that has been quiet. Same goes for coming up Vietnam, except for SLD, who's been performing for the Vietnam region.
Yeah, SLD. I think that's a good point. SLD is that first debut inside this level of a tournament at the C stage, and they're doing absolutely very, very well. In fact, they got themselves one chicken dinner in Buriram yesterday. So one of the teams that we don't really talk about, or if you compare them with a lot of other big names like GIDS, or even like Geek Fam, or you name it, right, Bacon Time and so on and so forth, nobody would talk about SLD being that, okay, that team is going to be up there somewhere, and they're proving everyone wrong. So that's great, that's amazing, that's awesome. However, there's another team that on the opposite side talked about a lot, the Xavier, but they end up at number 19 yesterday. So today is their, I would say their buck up day, and like what Pemburu said yesterday, a prank might happen.
But we're gonna have to wait and see, are they gonna bloom today or not? Because we're back to our format and schedule. Yesterday was the 28th of September. Today is the 29th, which is going to start off with Thursday, day number 2, 5 matches per day. We're still on the top of the chart here, but only the top 16 will qualify for the Southeast Championship Fall Final, which is going to be 6 matches per day, starting on October 21st to the 23rd, Friday to Sunday, 6 matches per day, where they will try to book themselves the 5 slots more towards the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League or the PMGC League, which already booked by some of the teams.
Yeah, and the point system, that's what you mentioned. We are back to the regular point system of winner, chicken dinner, 15 points. Second place, 12 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points. Fifth place, 6 points. Sixth place, 4 points. Seventh place, 2 points. 8 to 12 will be 1 point. 13 to 16 will not receive any points, and as usual, 1 elimination per point. But this time the total prize pool, as introduced yesterday, besides getting a trophy, of course, is $200,000 on the line.
Going to be a lot at stake for this, guys. Not just that, we're talking about the PMGC, which is going to offer a lot way more prize pool later on, so it's not going to stop here only. But if you guys are curious regarding our bonus point system this time, it's going to be the same as the previous and this season for all the countries as well, where we have the weekly bonus point awarded for each week based on the weekly rankings. Then we have also the league points, which is going to be awarded based on the overall league stage ranking, while the accumulation of both weekly and league bonus point will be the total bonus and will be dragged into as initial points when it comes to the grand finals later. When it comes to the placement points, it's going to be starting off with 20 points as the first place.
Yeah, so I think by now, having run this for like maybe 1 or 2 seasons right now, everyone would have been familiar with how this format is like, and it is a fairly brutal format. If teams do not perform from the start, this will be the question of consistency, and they only perform like the last week. We have seen it before, time and time again, that teams who do that, they can't get into the country finals or the grand finals. So it's something that they need to be aware of and be consistent from the get-go.
Yep, when it comes to the teams that need consistency, these are the 20 teams that will be participating for our 2022 PMPL South Asia Championship Fall season. We have Group A, B, C, D, and E. All the groups will have 4 teams: the Xaviers, 4 Rivals, Buriram, TEM Entertainment for A. B, we have Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego Yoodo Alliance for B. Group C, Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, SEM9, D, GD, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming Vampires, and Group E, we have Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and ShineLikeDiamond or SLD. So far, of all the groups, who do you think is going to be the group of death here?
Well, looking at yesterday's performance, so we saw NFT getting that chicken dinner on the board, and we saw a good performance of FaZe Clan Eagles as well. Group C seems to be quite the highlight if you ask me. But if we look at the weekly rankings right now, Alter Ego is currently at #1, but it's just day one, right? Alter Ego, NFT with a chicken dinner yesterday as well, 53 points. 4 rivals, the team that have yet to get the chicken dinner, but they stand the highest among the other teams without the chicken dinner for now, 48 points. FaZe Clan even had a lot of highlight moments, but only 3 points behind 4 rivals.
Yep, when it comes to the ties, most of them are actually on the first page too. Out of 6 teams, 3 of them are actually on the first, the other 3 is actually on the bottom, including Buriram there. Well, what we worry most is going to be BN United and the Xaviers. Now, we mentioned about these 2 teams yesterday. A lot of the Vietnamese team, except for SLD, got themselves 7, and Ego Esports have sort of a middle bracket performance. But Box Gaming and the Xavier used to be one of the best. We're talking about not just in the Vietnam region, in their country finals, but supposedly in Southeast Asia. Even BN United is performing quite well and better than the Xavier at certain point here.
Yeah, the Xavier no doubt is one of the surprise teams at the second half. They're number 19 with only 7 points and only 1 point behind BN United. And even if we recap again whatever happened yesterday, right? BN United, at least they are on a rise. Like towards the last game, they were kind of okay. They won some fights here and there. But for the Xavier, it's not the same the Xavier that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, but it's very different. Hopefully there's a lot of teams trying to step up their occasion today. But when it comes to Alter Ego, yesterday this one was one of the closest match that actually Ego Esports can steal away and make a clutch out of it for Namshin. And NFT, because of that Nate from Palmbit, they lost their opportunity to get themselves the back-to-back chicken dinner, because yesterday they got on the first Erangel. But Renore, lucky enough, he spotted out in the last minute of Namchin. Ego Esports could have clutched that.
Yeah, if only Renare wasn't waiting at the top, right? If Renare joined at the bottom, then we probably might have seen a insane clutch of 1v2. But it was what it was. But NFT yesterday, they did very well. In fact, that chicken dinner was just a matter of time. So if we can see here, NFT, they know how to position themselves, they know how to take advantage against other teams. Those long range coming in from NFT, superb. A player like Sorvel has been around with NFT for the longest time. He even got a gold medal in the recent SEA Games as well. So he's showing that being part of this team, everything balanced, new players, experienced players, it's putting them at a good position.
That's true. New blood mixed with veterans, always mixed up into something incredible. But here's going to be the team to focus when it comes to Sunhawk based on yesterday's performance. Infinity got themselves that chicken with 11 eliminations. So far, the highest elimination still 14 points by far. We're looking for anybody to break that record. GIDS will be one of the teams that actually will be focused on a Sunhawk. But FaZe, pretty much, I have to say, it's going to be a team to focus on every single map for FaZe.
Yeah, 14 shouldn't be hard to break. We've seen a lot more. We saw even in the recent PMRC, 19 was the record. So, and it was from the Infinity, by the way. So 14, I expect it to be broken very, very soon. But let's check out the players to focus right now. So Shirley with 10 eliminations in total yesterday as a single player. But we got Mela with the highest damage, 2,114. Definitely a team player. He dished out a lot of damage. His gameplay in Sanhok was next level. He scouted with 13 first 8s and still somehow survived. And we have drawn from NFT as well, 7 assists for him. NFT as a whole, as a team, they were really consistent yesterday with that chicken dinner as well.
For today's match schedule, we're going to have Sunhawk, double Mirama and double Erangel just like yesterday, but it's going to be a different group playing this time. We're starting off with Group A, B, D, E. So Group C will not be playing the first one, which is going to be Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, and SEM9. While later on, we're going to move on to B, C, D, E, and so forth. But speaking of not having Group C, you mentioned earlier today, Group C feels like the group of death for most of the groups, since this is the only group that having a lot of firepower with a lot of promising singers for FaZe and NFT, who got himself chicken for NFT especially. But I have to say for Group E, it's not so shabby either. We're talking about Boom and Bacon Time and SLD in the fray.
Yeah, I would say Group ESL is one of them. But of course, what's also not too shabby is our new map, our new mode inside of PUBG Mobile. This is the Nusa map. Do try it out if you have not. You probably saw it during the break time early on before we started the show. A lot of new features they can try in the game, especially this tactical crossbow that's currently in Nusa. You can use that to move from area to area. You create a flying force, you get the strategic places, just like what was demoed during the advertisement. You can go up to that high area around the beach area and you can just shoot everyone from that prime position. So do try it out. 5 minutes per round. Wouldn't take long. In fact, you can play this during one of our breaks.
Yep, especially the short ones. Could be just 5 minutes. A lot of fun stuff going on. If you don't have a time to go for a vacation, this is going to be the island that you want to try and test out for your vacation. Maybe try to plan things out. We're playing the Ferris wheel there. But Nusa map, we might have... I'm not sure if we're going to have more show match in the future. It feels like it will be a Nusa map, possibly. But we also have the latest Royal Pass available for you guys right now. The Royal Pass 15, which is going to be Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. We saw during the trailer before. I think it's splendid. It's really incredible. And it looks a bit more towards the Phantom of Opera kind of feeling.
Yeah, it is amazing. It is amazing. I mean, you just look at the poster right now. It gives you that feel of like you wanna just get this to show off to your friends because it can be like so blingy and so unique as well. And it also shows your progress for the Royal Pass. So that's a little bit of an achievement flex there. But here we have the latest Ultimate set as well that features Spectral Swan set as well as the Cosmic Inquisitor set. And this is the first time that we have a 2 sets. Double ultimate set, a lucky spin that's available right now. So something that you would like to take on home as your permanent set so that you can flex it out with your friends.
If you're feeling lucky, today's the day. Okay, just saying. Yesterday we're done with Rabu Padu. Today's not Rabu anymore. It's not Wednesday. But if you can't do anything else, like you feel like spinning it, just do for it. Just go for it. But the Cosmic Inquisitor set, there's a lot of Cosmic set recently, you know?
Yeah.
If you notice, it's a lot of a sort of, you know, these outer space kind of things. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Maybe there will be an alien invasion one day, sort of. You remember the zombie mode last time?
Yeah,
if only we have an alien mode one day. But here's going to be our prediction. I have no clue what's going to be my prediction today. It's going to be done by my manager. So my manager predicted it's going to be Infinity for the first game.
Well, mine is because today is Sultan's first day casting on the Basam lane to desk. Yeah, so this is also for him as well. Yeah, but of course there will be an objective to this, right? So Yoodo Alliance, they are also a team that they like to move forward. They'll come in from Camp Bravo. It's just that today TEM Entertainment will be playing together with them inside of Sanhok, so they might see a challenge there, so keep an eye on that. Let's see how it goes. But speaking about challenges as well, inside Sanhok, Bootcamp's popular, Paradise Resort is popular.
Yep.
Yeah, we could see an early fight again.
Also, I'm looking for Cam Alpha if there's any more teams going to drop by there as well.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be a hot drop, hot spot. And based on yesterday's performance, there might be slight chance that some teams will actually change their drop. Because of, you know, they want to jeopardize too much. Too much is at stake here. We're talking about, especially the Indonesian teams, none of them getting themselves the slot yet for the PMGC League in the future. So, especially Alter Ego, yes, they qualified for the grand finals for the PMGC, but they still need to earn the slot when it comes to the league. So there's a lot at stake for some of these teams. And definitely, having a very bad start is not going to help in that sort of outcome.
Yeah, so it is only one Sanhok. Let's remember that, right? It is only one Sanhok. So
luckily, it's only one Sanhok.
Yeah, luckily it's only one Sanhok. So Sanhok, we all know there are different ways to play. You can actually play the healing game up to a second place finish. Let's not talk about whatever the Infinity did yesterday. From a healing game, they switched to an all-out game to get a chicken dinner. That was something insane. We're going to see more of that today, though, from other teams, so that we get a little bit more entertainment. But yeah, Sanhok is the only map where teams can play very, very differently and still earn points. Which will be their style? Let's check it out inside of Sanhok.
Let's go wild in the map of Sunhawk. This is where all the teams, if they want to try something out, they want to challenge certain teams, this is it. The smallest map in all the 3 maps that will be contested today. Nusa talking about the flight path, basically it's more towards the northern side, but it's still reachable places for those who want to drop around Nakam or Sahami. And those dropping around Cam Alpha is going to be definitely theirs to take as well. But looking over, is there anybody trying to take around Bootcamp? Feels like a bit vacant there.
Yeah, well, keep your eye on Paradise Resort. We have Xavier, DBD, hot dropping inside of Paradise Resort. I mean, remember yesterday, it's not only about 2 teams fighting, but the Infinity could come behind and get those points in the back as well. So something to keep an eye on. Now we got a couple of knockdowns here from Xavier, DBD as well. They are trading it, but DBD, not even a minute into the game and they're done.
Wow. I think that's the fastest. Too soon. Is there any other word for faster than too soon? Extremely soon. There you go.
Lightning soon.
Lightning soon.
Yeah.
This is the shortest first, not even first blood.
First too soon ever.
First too soon, that is really extremely too soon.
I know, right? We've seen like so
Flash
many games.
soon. What?
We've seen like tons of games, right? I don't think we've seen anything this fast. Like
I mean,
normally we would be able to get a little bit of a visual, but not even 1 second of it this time. But speaking about visuals, so we have another fight here happening. Alter Ego against BN United that's not doing too well. And looks like Alter Ego, they have the upper hand, but Capone might come in and have something to do about that.
And Capone, not much, no extended magazine there, 25 bullets, that's it. I'm not sure how much ammunition he actually got for himself. But Silence definitely don't have any healing and definitely will be knocked down here. Slowly, BN United losing men. Well, Alter Ego managed to reset themselves. Potato, I'm not sure if he can heal himself up, but Capone spotted both of them here, picks a shot, but quite far off with a micro Uzi. It's going to be a tough one for him to actually push forward. But definitely the time that actually Capone given to Alter Ego causing them to actually lost a number of men, plus he definitely need to build this one. It's just too much right now.
It's interesting that he tried to get those elimination points when he doesn't have any helmet, any vest. A little bit of a brave move there. And even Max is not with him. So Max is like, okay, dude, I think I'm going to bail this. Whatever happened to you, I'm just going to hang on for positioning points. And Capone realized that, oh yeah, Max isn't with me, so I might as well bail as well.
Well, BNU all meant for themselves since they're being separated from that fight just now. We're rushing over to ShineLikeDiamond now. This is the team that we can call them underdogs for now. They are not the team that they are 5th when it comes to the country finals, but they perform way better than the rest of those coming up from Vietnam region.
Yeah, they're the best performing Vietnamese team if you kind of think about it. Box Gaming is on page number 2, and Xavier and BN United, they are at like the bottom 2. So ShineLikeDiamond, if you compare them with the 3 other teams from Vietnam, the 3 other teams, at least they have like experience playing at this level, but for them it's their first time and they're doing they're having the best result this moment as compared to the other Vietnamese teams.
I would say their adaptability is way faster than the rest of the Vietnam region teams. Outside of Malaysia, nothing seems to be working out quite right for them, but I mentioned about ShineLikeDiamond, they taken out Bacon time from afar. Elmstyle is done as well. There's so many players being ousted too early here. Aside from the entire team, DBD not even having a chance to just perform or play for a bit. Gonna have to wait for the next round. Now we're jumping over to the Xaviers on Paradise Resort. We do know Infinity around the corner on the outskirts of Paradise. I'm not sure if they want to butt in here the moment Lamborghini fire upon the members of Boom Esports.
The Xavier, they're looking to come back after whatever disaster happened yesterday. So next is going to be Boom. Long range coming in from Lamborghini. They're moving out of Paradise Resort. Their first 4 points are because of DBD. They eliminated them. And now Boom might be the next target.
Spotted out Appy. Now this is a risky thing to do for Boom if they want to fight against so many teams at the same time. Mormon, TEM Entertainment spotted out Shreps, heard the footsteps there. Definitely going to shoot it. It's a straight cross line and just execute, translate into 1 point. What a clean execution from Mormon. But this definitely given Straps another sort of information. There's one team right next to them. I'm not sure where are the rest of Empires. Just two of them here just now.
Yeah, they're quite split out for some reason. Early on, we did see that Ravenclaw was on the high ground, so he was kind of like moving towards Straps. So maybe Straps was scouting for their next location, and the moment he scouted, he found out where to stay, and then he called his teammates in, but it was a little bit too late as his teammates started to move towards him. That's where he got shot down. Now 9 Noise with the long range now putting pressure onto ShineLikeDiamond. ShineLikeDiamond retreating, resetting themselves while 9 Noise still putting pressure. 9 Noise alone though, so he gotta be careful not to get knocked in that area.
Lucky nobody spotted him yet. Smap gonna cook up a couple of smokes there, making sure they can actually exit himself out from the place and need to get into the circle, which we have no clue where will be the next one, but definitely on the main peninsula on the right side. But Smap and the rest of SLD figure out that, you know what, we need to get out right now because we seem a bit far. We have AWM of all the places, like it must be the smallest map for the AWM right now.
Yeah, you know what, AWM reminds me of it being the DBS of back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Like back
I think they should put DBS back in the head.
Yeah, no one will take the DBS. Like everyone will just drop it. And now AWM seems to be like that weapon that nobody picks up. And DBS is the weapon of choice now, especially in a small map like Sanhok. So how times have changed. But now we put focus on the GDGIDS. Okay, this is gonna happen. Definitely a knockdown there for GDGIDS. TEM Entertainment will lose one.
Losing one more just now. We're looking over Sneezers quite far off from the rest of GDGIDS. But the thing is, that's kind of a good idea that they have nobody to worry about when it comes to trying to engage what's in the front line. Now, TEM Entertainment definitely don't have any sort of a angle that they can just force GDGIDS to get out from their high horses. Whilst we're talking about 4 rivals, the only Malaysian team that perform better than the others and managed to secure themselves in the top 5 spot without any chicken dinner. It just shows that they know their objectives are. TEM Entertainment having a bit of a problem against GDGIDS. They finished off ASO from afar, but couldn't just execute it with a knockdown only because it's just too much of a distance between them.
Yeah, they bought. Well, I don't think they have a big motivation to really charge into each other right now, considering that all of them are in the circle. And we can see that GDGIDS is more of like giving warning shots towards TEM Entertainment. But TEM Entertainment, I worry that there's another team just over the horizon. But looks like Zenso will be the next one to get knocked down by Booms. TEM Entertainment, I mean, they got to get out into somewhere safer.
At the same time, Vampire squeezing in. Definitely they got Ham here with Geek Fam now fighting Vampires from the back. They have to cancel out their rotation towards the forward, which were, well, TEM Entertainment before. They have to focus on what's behind. And Fluke is really low right now. He does have, I think, a couple of utilities for healing and managed to reset himself. Now, the entirety of Geek Fam making sure that the rest of Vampires couldn't actually push towards them with a spread quite wide for the side of Geek Fam. But the thing is, Vampires, they have to pray as well. They're not attracting TEM Entertainment to join in this fight from behind. If not, it's going to be really tough for them to get out from here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if TEM Entertainment moves the other way and they spot out Vampire and they get and they take part of this between this fight between these two teams. So let's see if that happens, because TEM Entertainment, I think their positioning, they can be a little bit better. Where they were the last time we saw them was not strategic. It's not prime at all. So they got to find somewhere better. At least, okay, at least this is better because you have a compound and you have enough distance between anyone who's trying to get to you. So you can kind of defend that better as compared to that earlier spot. So that's kind of okay. But between Geek Fam and Vampire, I expect this to be a staring competition for now.
No, I just wish the TEM Entertainment, yes, it's a good compound to work with, but the high grounds is not, they don't have any sort of elevations. They're being surrounded right now from above. It's going to be a big problem. They need to get out from there. But the side of Geek Fam and the rest of Empires, they're playing at the slope of the hill because they do know they can rotate easily with the the sloping of the ledges of the hill will hide them for a bit more. Boom tried to get himself in the center of the junction again, but I have a feeling the circle will be on top of Quarry, just like how it almost ended up yesterday. It will be right in the center of everything else there. We're talking about where Boom actually currently is taking their tenant, where Bun might be a bit of a high chances of last few circles. You do see like 5 to 6 teams moving towards the same direction there. But I have a feeling that Xavier is trying to take this as slow as possible. Alter Ego, well, I just hope BN United, last member, going to survive a bit longer. 2 of them, actually.
Yeah. They're taking out the blue right now. So considering that there are only 2 players left, I believe that they'll try to go for the healing game or try to come in a little bit later, considering that it's only like, what, the second circle. So that's definitely something that they want to consider, and I believe that they'll be doing that. They just need to be aware of Alter Ego that's still on the northern side together with them in the same island. And because of what Alter Ego is doing, they're playing the healing game, they're taking their sweet time. They could still backstab BN United at some point if they happen to come through the same routes.
Talking about healing games, so far I don't see anybody having themselves a double-digit first 8 yet. SLD slowly creeping into the circle from the southern part. But at the same time, I'm not sure how the teams actually in the center of the circle will hold their ground much longer. Bacon Time, I think this is going to be the last member there is. 3 of them actually still there. Shirty, one of the most brilliant player recently. Uprising Terminator coming up. Geek Fam still going to go against Vampires. I'm not sure where TEM Entertainment right now. It feels like they're still staying in the compound. They're waiting for the circle. Next one commences right now, where the circle will shrink even further and the blue zone will closing in. It's going to be the side of Geek Fam. Feels like they're a bit more secure. They're going to stay and hold this for a bit. Same goes for Vampires. I'm not sure those teams are actually from the outskirts come out north, like we mentioned before. Alter Ego, who stands at #1 spot, do have a couple of BNU players on the bridge on the top left side. I'm not sure if they already crossed it or not.
Yeah, the last we saw them, they have not. I think that they'll be taking their time. Perhaps not yet, my guess would be, because they had to loot from like Camp Alpha to Hatin. Then when they're in Hatin, which is the last time we saw them, I think that they're still like somewhere in the middle of looting. So they're still taking their time there, which they can afford to, especially if they have a vehicle. We can't confirm that until we see it later on. But I guess we might be expecting them to move like maybe after this 3rd circle or towards this circle closing, then we might see them in the main peninsula by then.
Just now, we kind of flash about the total eliminations so far for the players. I think Mela is still one of the top there as well for Infinity. Now, speaking of Infinity, they have been very quiet. They're not as aggressive as yesterday, not as proactive when it comes to these certain groups. So it definitely knows that when it comes to the swap of the grouping, it will also change how this player is going to rotate. The Xavier's, I think Frankie spotted on Gotani from afar just now. I think it was around, 300 meters away, that shot coming out from the side of Paradise Resort. But Paradise Resort still inside of a circle, so they can take their own sweet time. But for Max and another player of BN United, some of them, Max, still going to play it very slow here. I'm not sure how he got himself in this sort of situation. Like, he don't have enough healing, but it's way into the blue, no vehicle, and not even trying to loot from this high grounds. How can he try to survive for the next couple of minutes? Like, I don't think this is going to work for BN United.
Well, maybe his idea is to get revenge over Alter Ego. We can see like how much he wants to stop Alter Ego from going to the bridge, because that's the choke point. If this kind of circle, it's unlikelier that a team will go down the southern bridge, so they might go up the right side bridge. So that's where they kind of like made that assumption, and it kind of worked out for them if that's their plan to just stop Alter Ego. So it's working out for them. It's kind of okay. But of course, like what you said, the risk is that towards them, yes, even if they get to stop Alter Ego, what's the benefit to them? Maybe like what, 3 extra points, 4 extra points, and that's about it. But placement-wise, it's not going to help.
Here he goes, Geek Fam. Take it out on Trongzin. SLD having a bit of a problem here, even though they got themselves a good start before. But the distance will actually give them enough time to revive their teammate. Yuhai on the other end tried to keep the push towards the side of
this is
two
gonna be
members of
beautiful.
SLD. Feels like a perfect angle.
Beautiful.
He got one, double down again. Here comes another one. Yuhai wants to make sure they can't even breathe for SLD. He's just keep the pressure on. The utilities drop one by one. Smap tried to actually help whoever his teammates right in front of him right now. Definitely need extra hand here, but damn rude. Finish off SLD, goes to there. And this is going to be a bit of problem. Heavy casualty on side of SLD.
Here we go. SLD. They might be run down by Geek Fam. Geek Fam wants those points at the back. And looking at the counter circle, Geek Fam will be squashed in between Vampires as well as SLD. Vampire with a shot onto Geek Fam. Geek Fam losing players. SLD getting their revenge.
Very crowded left side of the circle. Buriram actually have a very clear day here. I have a good feeling about GIDS and Buriram right now, but the rest of them staying in the left side. 4 rivals, SLD, Geek Fam, TEM Entertainment. Same goes for Boom. We're not having as easy entry in as possible. Infinity coming up, the only team coming from the north latest. But back towards the side of Geek Fam, still having a go against Vampires. The longest duel of a stalemate. Now finally erupted with Straps taking out on Damn Rude, who just secured himself a couple of nations before, now finished off quite early. UI and Snipes have to work things out between those two, but Snipes just a bit towards the right side just now. Here comes another nade. Tried to toss right on top of Lucas, but seems like a bit of a long shot there.
Yeah, his first nade missed, his second nade missed as well. I mean, it's tough to be in that kind of position because of the stones, the elevation, doesn't help his view. So he was just trying to guess based on the sounds or the footsteps of a Vampire. But it is tough. So it's understandably, he just tries anyway. But he needs to rendezvous together with his teammates. But on the northern side, we have in the Infinity. Now, it looks like the Xavier is in front of them. The Infinity did like whatever they did yesterday. Have a vehicle, use that to scout, use that to move into the circle. They'll start to abandon the vehicle when it comes to like the 5th or 6th phase of the circle, and that's where they either plan out to play the healing game, or like yesterday, they played the healing game as a start, then they just abandoned that idea and went all in for the chicken dinner.
I mentioned again, I don't see anybody playing healing games so far. Nobody have enough healing utilities to actually buy time and just play at the back line. Infinity, some of them don't even have first aids here. The Xavier is definitely tailing Infinity very closely, but SLD after 1, 2, another. TEM Entertainment next for the next contender, and finally eliminated after being pegged by so many teams. Now GIDS wiped out on the side of Buriram, which we thought they had a clear day, but happened to be clashing quite early on. And Buriram down to 3 men only. This is going to be on the southern part of his circle entry for most of the teams there. It's going to be right on top of Barn. Infinity finally start to take a fight against Yoodo Alliance. They click off Addict Look before, but having a problem to finish him off straight away. But we might have another contender right in front of him. These Xaviers might be gatekeeping this entry as well.
Let's see how big of an impact would these Xavier have over those two teams. But Yuhai currently down Snipes, the last man standing, and Snipes with a knockdown to Shush, but the counterfight coming from Fluke on the right. That means Geek Fam is out with only 2 points in this round.
Finally, Vampire is winning that longest fight there is. TEM Entertainment taken out on Capone. Now that's going to be Max left for BN United. And TEM Entertainment, level 1 gears or not, he don't care. He just keep on shooting. And Max is going to be having a bit of a problem. Barney's still going to be the last circle here. The last few. We have Box Gaming, GIDS already parked themselves right in the... not really center to a southern part of a circle, more towards it. Buriram as well. The one that actually not given enough attention is going to be Alter Ego coming out on the right side. Unless Buriram want to challenge him, Alter Ego actually have a big shot getting the biggest compound there is in there.
Wow, what a movement there for Alter Ego. All the way from Camp Alpha to the right side where the areas of Ban Camp Bravo is at. That's quite a rotation there. I believe they got that through a vehicle. If they were to go there on foot, it would be a little bit difficult. It's far. They're exposing themselves, but that is a very interesting move for Alter Ego. But it's interesting as well that BN United went out, so that means that they will still remain at number 20 by the end of this round.
Max were trying to play healing game. We don't have enough just now. Now we're down to only 12 teams here. Now this is going to be the big war. The great migration happened as Infinity taking on the Xaviers multiple times. And Box is there as well, fighting against Yoodo Alliance possibly. But it's going to be Boom versus Box. Well, Box trying to gatekeep Boom, but it feels like Boom having a better sort of formation in the side of Infinity, trying to push into the side of the Xaviers. We're talking about Noosa. This guy just don't know what is fear. He just go in there solo-handedly while the rest of the team is actually in the back line. Ooh. So he's going to push and rush here. Noosa, Mela and Tony is just too far. Same goes for Logan. Nusa just keep on needing them with a DBS in his hands. Gonna finish off secured eliminations. One more player, the Xavier's waiting for the time to die. And Nusa just know how to juke him out. And Lamborghini in such a spot, he couldn't heal himself. And that's gonna be Infinity winning over these Xaviers.
I mean, it's Nusa. We saw yesterday how he used his DBS to clutch and get that chicken dinner against two players. 1v1 with his DBS. I mean, Nusa has all the odds in his favor in that kind of fight. Now, Razy is the last man standing here for Boom, and he's still caught on the outside of the circle. 100 meters to go. Appy with the nade toss onto the side of Boom. Will it land nicely onto them? No, it will not, but Appy still secures the elimination over Hexas.
Boo Boo Hoo bleeding out, down to Razy to actually make the call for the entire team here. Last person alive, and that's it. Boom ending for Boom Esports. It's 4 rivals won, but it's still a big loss for them. Like Appy and also Voku will not be saved here. Apple is really low right now, barely make it in for the blue zone. If we finish off by the blue zone, that's it for 4 rivals. But the thing is, Boss Gaming waiting there, and Trisma already tossed a couple of nades, and April lost down. I think that's the end for 4 rivals. TEM Entertainment go down first, by the way, but 4 rivals still hanging on a very thin thread. Well, we have so many players finish off by the play zone. We do have a lot of them still in the war. Alter Ego versus Yoodo Alliance next.
Oh, Alter Ego, only 2 of them left, and they're taking out the blue. Only 1 first aid left for Renare, for Potato. Renare will have 2 first aids. That's not going to be good enough for them to last. Now the 6th player of the circle, just look at the amount of damage onto Potato. He's now turning into a fried potato or baked potato, depending on what you like. And now Shamil takes advantage of that, securing the elimination for Yoodo Alliance.
Beautiful spray just now, but Yoodo Alliance keep racking up the eliminations here with 2 in their hands right now, back to back, getting themselves more points. Well, Tony tried to heal himself outside of her zone. He got himself that vehicle, but I'm not sure the first aid will not be enough. But at the same time, they're being stopped by Box Gaming. And we have Infinity. And also Pamburu on the left side. This is going to be a bit of problem. Pamburu, what a clean shot. He can just shoot it over. A clean line of sight, a straight line. Pamburu is still hanging on. But the thing is, he's the last member for 4 rivals. It's too much of jeopardy. While Infinity taking fight against Box, they didn't realize the enemy is backstabbing from behind.
And they missed just now. Got to the drive past Pamburu. Now Pamburu gets a knockdown to 1, but the Infinity spots him out. And now the Infinity, they're going to pay for it for not spotting up Pamburu in the first place. They will lose 2. Logan's the last man standing, 20% of health. Logan still on the outside. There's no way he can pick up his teammates at this moment. The zone will put pressure on the Pamburu. If only the Infinity spotted him out earlier on, it will be a different story.
But lucky enough, it's not that much of a different story. Now they can revive and reset themselves. But the one that closing up by the blue is going to be Yoodo Alliance for now. If they rush into the side of Infinity, that's going to be a huge win for them because Infinity hasn't reset themselves yet. Buriram Tiger, Spot out on Yoodo Alliance, 1 knockdown. Shamil is still there for Yoodo Alliance. Vampire left with 1, Bacon 1, Buriram 3. Buriram seems like having the most man in this round right now. But Yoodo Alliance, if they can get a reset on their IGL Rapper boy, things will be really different. But they kind of hammed down between Buriram. Bacon time just going to play the healing game. He doesn't have anything else to work with. Vampire strat spotted out by Buriram. This is opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to have a reset, but Rapper boy still not being revived there.
Now with Bacon time playing the healing game is either Buriram United or Yoodo Alliance for our first chicken dinner today. Now Buriram United, they have a little bit of the circle and they have the high ground as well. Yoodo Alliance caught out in the open. One of them currently down. Rapper boy, it's going to be hard for him to be picked up by his teammates. Oleo waiting for the right moment, but Oleo even, he's on the outside of the circle. And the zone will put pressure on Oleo. He only has 5 first aids. Can they out-heal Bacon time?
It's gonna be the race of time, but Ice, last one, that's it. 2-4. I think Bacon Time will go down first. He's gonna place himself at third. Thank you, Ice, valiant effort there. But it's down to Buriram versus Yoodo Alliance. Now, Olio, he's playing the healing game, but they actually have a shot just now. And this is gonna be Buriram United's game as Yoodo Alliance left with only Shamil in the blue zone. And this is it, Shamil. Arms for the fight. He can still go for the gun. He can still go for the spray. But slowly he'll be cornered. Buriram spotted him out. Definitely can see him through. He definitely can see him. Now all the shots. Can he get one more before he goes down? Shamil secured one more down, but it's not finished off straight away. And it's going to be Buriram United with the first chicken dinner.
Yeah, frankly speaking, for me, at some point, it was like, okay, Buriram is just going to get the chicken dinner because of one, they have the circle, that's kind of obvious. Two, they have the high guard advantage. Three, they have the manpower advantage as well. If Shamil were to clutch that, he cannot be taking out the blue because we're talking about the 8th phase of the circle. The most he can get is one knock, or most, even after that, the stretch most is that knock and that elimination, and that's pretty much it. To take down another 2 while he's taking out the 8th phase of the circle, it's going to be impossible. So it's definitely Buriram United's chicken dinner to take home.
I mean, like, Buriram did have a very clear pathway towards calf into the circle just now. You don't have that much of teams to fight against. The unnecessary fights we mentioned before, those coming out on the right side of the circle, including, I think it was GIDS as well. But they got caught in between there. But the side of Empires, they have been playing a lot of the center of the circle and they've been holding their ground quite great, if you ask me. It's a bit slow start here today when it comes to this Sanhok. Not much of a healing game. I think most of the players coming in very late or starting off very slow this time. One of the many reasons because they don't have enough healing utilities, so they're not too sure about how to play around this, as the drop of the first 8 are quite rare to be found.
Yeah, perhaps also the learning from PMRC and even yesterday's games as well is like teams tend to do better if they play a little bit more aggressive, so teams tend to focus onto that. It's not to say that there are no teams playing the healing game. We still saw a couple of teams playing the healing game, but not as many as the last time. So a lot of teams had to shift their gameplay style, and I think that is great. That means teams are starting to adapt. So we may see more of this kind of action, maybe inside Sanhok even tomorrow and the day after.
Well, hopefully things are getting heated up later on. But for Buriram just now, it was a really clear win for them. I mean, like, Yoodo Alliance actually have a shot to win that. It was 2v3, by the way. If they actually try to advance forward just to spot out where Buriram players actually is at, we might actually have a last brawl before things go down slowly. But on the side of Buriram, right now, their first ever chicken dinner coming up from the side of Buriram now. I think a lot of the Thais are having chicken for the past 2 days. Bacon and Empires are there too, so a lot of Thais except for Yoodo Alliance here for the team to focus on week 1, day 2, match number 1 here just now. So we definitely can say it has been a hell of a day for the Thais since yesterday. With 24 total points with 9 eliminations, nobody getting themselves a double digit this time.
Yeah, no one. That also means that the record is not broken yet. So at most it's like, what, 9 eliminations and that's about it. Interestingly, Bacon Time, they depended 100% on ranked points. No eliminations at all for this team that's on top. But speaking about no eliminations, DBD. Too fast, we hardly even see them. We don't even know what kind of lineup did they play with. Did they play it with their substitute player? Or did Moscow Cute played? We don't know. But anyway, hopefully a better round next round for DBD. Other than that, I can say that this again reminds me of a good regular matchup of a Sanhok map. Like, you get very minimal teams playing the healing game.
Well, the MVP is going to be Shreps coming up from Vampire. This is going to be the usual. I think, like, we have a lot of expectation from Shreps, and he's definitely delivering it here to do 5 elimination with the still sort of the average damage dish out for 600 to 700. That's going to be the usual right now. But speaking of the record holder, right? So, the highest MVP we had was 9 eliminations. I forgot who it was again. But for the shortest record of a game, I think that's going to be by DBD. 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. That is currently the I would say, I'll call it like the Razzies Award. That's the award that you don't want. So that just happened. Anyway, the Xavier, they're still currently at the bottom with 12 points. Only BN United, 20th spot with 8 points. But on the other side, Alter Ego, they're still on top, 61 points. Only 7 points difference with 4 rivals moving up to second place. So 4 rivals again is that team without the chicken dinner. No chicken, no problem for them to be in that top 3 spot.
Now, it's still not too far-fetched for these guys to catch up when it comes to the first page. Same goes for the second, but the one with a single digit still going to be BN United. Well, I don't think they played just now. Did they play? Yeah, they actually played with Capone. Remember, he was the last member alive again. And this is not great since they've been playing quite a lot for BN United, but not even budging from that double digit, single digit to double digit here. And this is definitely going to need to really rise up to the occasion. We're talking about total sort of approach coming up from the side of BN United to give it a bit of a push. Same goes for the Xaviers, which didn't play just now, so fair enough for them. But the Malaysian teams, only 2 of them are actually on the first page, including Yoodo Alliance. Now, this is a good start for Yoodo Alliance. We do, and we did witness 4 rivals have been quite okay yesterday, but I hope the teams actually on the second page are going to have to realize that, you know what, being left behind, even though it's just the second day and just the first week, but it will be given so much of an impact when it comes to the bonus weekly points.
Yeah, it is. It definitely will. So getting that consistency over 3 weeks is important, not only because you want to get into the grand finals, but also you want to have a good start at the grand finals, because those points will also be the starting point in the grand finals as well. So you want to have that little bit of an edge. You don't want to be starting off from behind. Nobody wants to do that, right? But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Some of these teams, they just really need to buck up. But let's hope Buru's comment yesterday that Xavier will be like pranking all of us and wanting to do that comeback later on.
I mean, it's great to have surprises, but it's also great to have good consistency since week 1, day 1 as well. I mean, like, why would you want to... Okay, we can actually say, like, the teams that actually got themselves a slot in PMGC League, including Infinity, can just lay bare and relax now. But they still try their best to get themselves in first spot as much as possible. We're just going to recap a bit what really happened in the last Sunhawk game here. Definitely Barn is the place that we should focus on. That's going to be the last few circles ended up. Well, Yoodo Alliance around Camp Bravo, they don't really have to venture that much to get into the circles. Same goes for Buriram. But definitely Bacon Time has been taking a long rotation, but because of them being chased down 1 by 1 just now, always 1 by 1 being clipped off, that's the reason why they didn't get a lot of eliminations, or can say no eliminations at all. And they're few on man too early on with only 3 players, and they have to cut across the bridges as well. Well, for Vampires, they have been fighting a lot in the center. That's why they got quite a number of eliminations there.
If I look at the movement from Bacon Time, one is that they drop in the areas of Sami. We know that Sami is the healing game team plays, and their kind of spread is like they spread out to get as many utilities or first aids as possible. Even one of them went up to the areas of docks that far just to gather utilities. So I can see what they're trying to do there. They spend a lot of time in the blue, and their objective is just like, okay, we'll heal as high as possible, as far as possible as we can get. And by getting a 3rd place finish, it's okay. It could have been better, if not because of Yoodo Alliance hanging on a little bit longer than what they could have.
But just now we saw how Kumburu can backstab Infinity from behind. It was a perfect view just now. He was just a bit too hesitant to start fire and didn't actually secure any elimination for that. It's a bit of an unfortunate moment, but well done for Buriram United. It was a very well played game with a lot of movement coming up from them, securing quite a number of eliminations, but it's still a warming up game for most of the teams down there. And hopefully when it comes to Mirama for the next one, where it's going to be more feisty, definitely. We're talking about it's going to be Group A resting area for this map, which is going to be the Xavier's 4 rivals, Buriram and TEM Entertainment. Now, these are going to be the teams that perform quite well in the last match, Sunhawk. 4 rivals, Buriram and TEM Entertainment.
Yeah, so they have a record. definitely, and Miramar is going to be a very different map as well. Yeah, yesterday we saw a very different gameplay. Even like what we thought, like, okay, first game, it was the Infinity getting that chicken dinner yesterday. And we thought like, okay, the Infinity, and plus during the PMRC, they had a very, very good Miramar game. That's where they got 19 eliminations. But it was a very different story yesterday for them. Understandably why, because stakes are higher in the SEA Championship, and then you have all these good teams as well all around you. So it's a little bit tough and they need to adapt. But so let's see if anything changes later on in that Miramar.
We're gonna have to wait and see, because so far Miramar, I mean, like, the Indonesians are really strong when it comes to Erangel yesterday. But we do have SLD getting themselves a chicken yesterday. The first Miramar, it was Boom at first, still from Indonesia, and also SLD coming up from Vietnam. And the rest of them ended up with Indonesian teams taking away the Erangels. So I want to see, can any other team step up to their match here? Because we're talking about, it's very unusual. It's very quiet starting off a day number 2 today. I was hoping something more aggressive, something more proactive coming up from these guys. But I have a feeling they're still not showing us all their cards just yet for the teams. For the team summary so far in our match 1 just now is going to be Buriram versus Yoodo Alliance. And we're going to see the rise of Yoodo Alliance when it comes to day number 2, hopefully today.
Well, what kind of helped the chill moment in Sanhok also, because the circle was kind of kind. It was like in the main peninsula, it was kind of okay. So if you want a really aggressive round, right, maybe we can all hope for a top circle next. Put it like at the corner, like an Impala, like put it all the way down south, or put it in Oasis. Then we will see something really, really interesting. And what's going to be interesting is, of course, the team to focus. Yesterday, these teams did super good inside Miramar. 4 rivals, despite them not getting their chicken dinner yet, but their level of consistency is there. Miramar was one of their best maps.
Hopefully they can do it again then. Because right now, we're looking over, some teams don't have chicken, no problem. But the problem is where they can't be consistent. A lot of yesterday incidents where we have one moment they got themselves chicken, the next game they've been eliminated one of the many too earlies. So here's going to be our next group when it comes to a Miramar second match of the day. It's going to be B, C, D, E. Group A will not be playing. So the moment, I have a feeling why we saw the tempo of certain game just now. Just now we don't have Group A, Group C playing. The Group C do have the teams that's really aggressive. I have a feeling with the addition of Group C causing a change of dynamic entirely. Ego Esports, FaZe, NFT, and SEM9, especially FaZe and Ego Esports, they love to hunt so much.
Even NFT as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you're right. Coming to the next round, because we have Group C, a couple of things will change because of how aggressive the teams can be, so other teams need to adapt as well. Even like big name teams who like to play aggressively, like the Infinity, like Bacon Time, like GIDS, they need to change up their playstyle. Like, it's no longer like, okay, maybe they're not playing, so you have a little bit of a lesser amount of firepower, but this time the firepower basically increased. But you know what else has increased? Bobo Boy has increased.
Yeah, this is going to be for you guys, which is just going to be a couple of more days to go. We have Bobo Boy. It's going to be the collaboration of the local animation series to be with PUBG Mobile. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but definitely stay tuned, guys, because we haven't got a clue. Even the poster not showing us anything as well. So we don't know what's going to be the collaboration is about. Maybe sort of animation with it, a storyline or sort of a lore. I'm not sure.
I actually saw a teaser on PUBG Mobile social media. It looks like a bag, but we'll find it out in a couple more days. But what we already know right now is the Rabu Padu Phase 2. It has been happening. So every Wednesday you play, you can collect double points. You play on a regular day, other than Wednesday, you still get points, and that point can be collected for you guys to win prizes. And if you think there's an interesting content, do hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu and maybe get yourself featured on PUBG Mobile social media.
Yeah, everybody wants to have their own fame here. Everybody wants to be famous.
Of course.
Okay, what's not famous right now are the Malaysian teams. They're not performing at all. I mean, like, except for 4 rivals, also Yoodo Alliance just now. Where are the teams that used to be the veterans, including like even on the other region? We're talking about the Xaviers, we're talking about Geek Fam, who's really strong when it comes to their own country finals and country league. Where are they? It feels like they're lost in the mist there, in the mist of nowhere. And also DBD, I mean, like, they work their sweat off to be in here, but it feels like the moment they step their foot in, they're not totally in it. But we're gonna be dropping our prediction next. Oh man, Geek Fam.
I'm not gonna
and
say
FaZe.
anything.
This is not a prediction, but
Yeah, you're like, oh, where's given a oh yeah, there you go. But anyway, it's also going to be the debut for FaZe Clan today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of expectation considering that they have shown that they played very well inside of Buriram. There was a sandwich situation between TEM Entertainment, the Infinity, and FaZe Clan, a three-way situation. And FaZe Clan was one of the teams that came out on top as well in that power grid fight yesterday. So they're showing that they can hold off against a team like the Infinity. Of course, TEM Entertainment had to step in and kind of help them, but then again, the point is that they still managed to hold on against a team that was superb last week in the PMRC.
well, the past is the past. The most important thing right now is the present. And if they can learn better and faster in the present, it will be really great. We're talking about the teams right now to beat. Definitely one of them is going to be Infinity, because we do know how aggressive, how scary they can get. Also, the ties are really scary when it comes to as an overall region. But I'm looking for the Indonesian teams as well, you know. They used to be one of the most fierce or most aggressive. I mean, like, all the regions are really good. Even the Vietnam, like we mentioned, the Vietnam teams, right? In the first half of the year, were really great. Now we're almost at the end of the year, they're nowhere.
Yeah, it's so different. It's like
It's the same year.
Yeah, it is. Within the same year, it's like there's such a major change for the Vietnamese, especially for the Xavier. I mean, I don't know. It's very hard to tell, right? Like, because in game you don't see those moments out of them. You see them getting caught in like a sandwich situation yesterday. Yesterday's Erangel's rotation was, if you do enough homework, you know that that house is either going to be Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals had to be there. Basically, there's going to be someone in that kind of circle. But I don't know. Their decisions are quite interesting for me yesterday. But let's see if that changes in this round. So Buriram will be a fresh new map. Let's go, Buriram.
Into the biggest map of PUBG. Here we go with no Group A playing. That's going to be the Xavier's 4 rivals, Buriram United and TEM Entertainment. Now, that's going to be a lot of sigh of relief for some of the teams, because when we asked them regarding the teams, some of them actually mentioned TEM Entertainment when it comes to CQC, when it comes to the fights. They are really strong. Impala up to his luck. Cobreria for the flight path this time. It's also down to the circle. We do know the circle has been insanely bizarre. Speaking of how it will ended up like the unexpected places for most of us. But it will be fun sometimes to challenge the players.
Yeah, I mean, challenge the players, that's fun for us, especially of course the players, they'll be like, nah, we just want a regular circle, let us get by this round nicely and all that. But no, this is PUBG Mobile. Nobody's gonna get all nice and flowery and good circle for you. No, you gotta adapt to like those interesting circles basically. And Oasis has been one of those circles that we haven't seen for the longest time.
That's true. But you know what? Back towards the drops there. Yoodo Alliance feels like sharing a bit with Vacant Time, possibly on top of Los Leones. Ego Esports, like usual, Chumazero, but the circle feels like in between. Is it Power Grid Circle or is it going to be towards the North Crater Field? I have a feeling it might be in between the Power Grid there, but definitely it's going to be a celebratory moment for the teams dropping, which is going to be SEM9, including those in Montenuevo as Infinity. But Bacon Time on Los Leones sharing with Yoodo Alliance right now. It's quite a big town here, Los Leones. So it's going to be enough to supply both teams.
So yeah, Los Leones, I mean, even yesterday as well, we saw 3 teams drop into Los Leones. By now, the meta of having 3 teams there, it's okay. Teams now, they know how to kind of like split themselves up, like northern side, southern side, and on the left side. Those are going to be the 3 areas of Los Leones, so that's kind of okay. not too big of an issue by now. It was like what, 4 seasons ago maybe, then that could be a question. That time it was only like 2 teams, but now as the season goes by, 3 teams able to adapt inside Lost Owners. So far we haven't seen any big moves yet, even in previous seasons for that kind of meta.
You guys watching at home, don't forget to scan over the QR code for the PMCC 2022. Commencing very soon. This is going to be your last chance to have a shot at being a professional player as your career in your life. But speaking of the drops again, I do realize that GIDS, the moment Infinity plays in Miramar, they just give away Monte Nuevo. You know what? It feels like right now they are not ready to fight against Infinity yet, so they spotted out Puerto Price vacancy. And just going to drop there for a bit more until, you know, I'm not sure how long, maybe in the 2nd week or the 3rd week, they try to contest again for Monte Nuevo. But on our side, we do have a DBD. This time they last longer. So it's a good sign already.
Yeah, I mean, it can be faster than Sanhao, right?
If it's faster than Sanhao, I don't know what's happening to the
Yeah, I'll be a little bit worried if it's faster than Sanhao. Plus, it is in Miramar, it's a bigger map and all that. You have a lot of space to play with. If it is faster than Sanhao, I don't know. Like that's like world record too soon. Hopefully, it doesn't happen anymore.
You don't want
just
to have
sad,
that
right?
kind of record, you know.
Of course, yeah. That's why it's the Razzies Award.
It's fun to have a record holder as your name with it, but not those kind of records like...
Yeah, not at all. That's why it's the Razzies Award, right? It's the award that nobody wants to have.
Oh, man. Vampires. A lot of teams feels like they are sort of having a truce here and just respect each other's boundaries and rotation, securing perimeters when having a scout to rotate around the corner. Infinity, same goes for them. But not so much for BN United. Fighting against Sam 9 here. Interesting prospect. And Putra got with a mini 14. Finish off BNU player. Having a minor victory. Silence on the ground. I'm not sure where are the rest of BN United right now. Can't see anywhere nearby. It's definitely an extra point for the side of Putra.
Right, the moment you ask for some form of action, this happens immediately. Maybe you can ask for like food. And maybe it will show up later. But yeah, it is going to show up anyway. But anyway, what's not showing up right now, it's BN United. Again, very early fights. If it works out for them, fine, that's okay. But again, another early fight that didn't work out for them. Only 8 elimination, only 8 points so far. The only team with still a single-digit point. I don't know, it's tough. Even like PMRC, like yes, they didn't start off well, but at least towards the end they were like, okay, they're not like the last place, but right now, looking at this kind of situation, I don't know. There needs to be an overhaul for like BN United's game plan somehow.
The thing is, just now, usually Semnan drop around power grid, but they are in the creative field. Well, FaZe is actually in the creative field. Is this one of the reasons, right? Why? I'm not surprised NFT is there because they used to drop in La Cabrera, but the thing is, Sam 9 is there. One of them in a reason because they don't want to fight against FaZe too early on. And this is actually a good call coming out from them as they still can stop a lot of players from climbing up here. But if the circle shift downwards now, that's really crucial for them to actually secure themselves down into the lower grounds. Make sure they can survive from that slow hike or climbing down there. Graveyard taken over by Vampires. Feels like a Silence's Graveyard it is.
Yeah, it is called Graveyard for a reason, right? So happened that they happen to be here. And so happened it had to be the Vampires. Just saying, just pointing that out. Vampires, Graveyard, get it? Yeah, just so happened. But Box Gaming, so now they are making, they are playing in this round. Right now, they are the second lowest. And Box Gaming, like what you say, used to be one of those teams that have a lot of support for them. And they did fairly well back in the day, but over time they just didn't adapt. So I feel that Box Gaming is like, yes, they have that brand name, like everyone knows Box Gaming, especially when you watch any Vietnamese PMPL live stream, like a lot of Box Gaming fighting, but time is catching up to them, and we can see that a lot of other teams are starting to step up. Like even like Alter Ego NFT. Back in the day, we don't really talk about them, but now they're one of the teams on top. So Boss Gaming needs to find a way to adapt to current times with these new teams and the new meta.
I just wish the new meta is actually 10 points for chicken dinner. Honestly speaking.
Well, I mean,
That
which all you
that
want.
I mean, that was really fun, by the way. You know, when the players really have to be pushed to the corner, when like, you know what, we can't rely too much on the rank point. That was really fun. That was really fun. Back towards the side of FaZe, they're taking the high grounds as usual when it comes to Buriram, not Sunhawk. Buriram, it's always about the high terrains and high grounds. Whoever got it, you get yourself quite a view and plus a lot of information if you stand on the prime spot. Ego Esports will be just passed by the side of Bacon and on top of Chumacera. It's going to be the usual spot. I'm not sure if Bacon Town want to park themselves there just to make sure they can hover the crosshair to the side of Ego Esports to get a couple of eliminations while they're transitioning into the circle. But feels like they're not going to take that sort of a risk. And High spot it out and boom. I think this is going to be on top of Power Grid, possibly around St. Martin area.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible around the area of St. Martin. One of the high grounds there is one of the famous or preferred checkpoints for Geek Fam. And they're going up against Boom as Hexas goes down. But now we have visual over whatever that's happening. And we can see that High is putting pressure onto the outside. And okay, yeah, it's going to be the areas of Torre Ashimara. Oh, all the way up north. And the only team on that side. So Geek Fam, they really want to get it over Boom. Boom not giving up just yet. And Boom managed to counter fire on the High. High goes down and will go out.
That's really far. Geek Fam travel up to the north all the way, trying to just get the fight in on top of Tura Humada. It is unusual, actually, for Geek Fam rotation. Finish off one by one with Damrit, a bit of a trade there. Come out with Octa. A lot of them being finished off by the blue slowly, surely, and that's going to burn them quite a bit. It's not too much yet. It's still going to be 0.6% per second for the HP being burned down here. Micah OP with less than 100 meters distance. Want to shoot against the side of Boom. But the thing is, Boom got better covers than they do. Dammer is still bleeding out. None of these guys of Geek Fam tried to save him up yet. As Snipes tried to get onto the vintage point, hoping to buy a bit more space to just fire on Boom, making sure that Damru will be picked up by their teammate.
Well, I'm not sure which situation is better right now because Boom is like tanking out the blue and the blue is just right behind them, while Geek Fam, they are not in the zone, but they're in a position that they can gatekeep Boom, so they have like that 50-50 good and bad for each of these sides.
They definitely have better position now for Geek Fam. They don't have to pressure themselves in the blue zone. There's already 1+ point here. And that's going to be Snipes taking it. And like we mentioned, he's going to go for the flank side to get the space for the time for Geek Fam to revive themselves among the process. Boo Boo Hoo slowly chip off by the blue, but definitely a lot of time wasted in here. And Geek Fam finally revived Damroot. There you go. Back to the side of Razy. Try to just pick the shot away, but it's just so many fences. Scar L in the hands. Damroot to finish off by the blue zone. Micah took too much time here, finding the hop onto his vehicles a bit too late now to bail this one out. Oh man, they got Snipes to do the job just now, but it's just not acted fast enough on the side of Geek Fam.
Well, that's why I say it was a 50-50, right? Because they also had their good stuff, which is they had the numbers at some point. So by having the numbers, they can kind of bait Snipes to kind of like show himself, or can even go for the flanks and try to distract our position. And now Snipes is put in an uncomfortable position. Boo Boo Crew knows exactly where he is. The nade onto Snipes will take him out. And it didn't land. It's still all right. Boo Boo Crew has one first aid. I believe Snipes has a couple of them. But either way, 1,000 meters away from the circle, it's not good news for either side.
That's not great for Geek Fam. Definitely not worth fighting for both teams right now. Overcommitted to this, but Infinity definitely start to charge against the other teams there. While Snipes slowly losing his HP within the smoke, hoping it will cover in just temporarily, but I don't think that's going to be a good ending. There you go. Finally, Geek Fam finished off straight away. And that's going to be the team I didn't predict. It was somebody else. On the side of Boom, hopefully they have enough time to travel inside of a circle. They do have a couple of vehicles being left off by the enemies before. But Yoodo Alliance fighting against GIDS. I'm not sure who Infinity fought against just now, but Rebel Boy having a good view towards the side of Boom, taking on one down, having a bit of problem for the execution, but Boom's, if he moves forward, then it's going to be a clear cut for Rebel Boy, finish it up. Yep, there you go.
Something's happening over the Infinity as well. We saw the elimination feed going up, involving them, and all of a sudden the Infinity only left with 2 players. I believe they kind of clashed with Sam9 at some point, and Sam9 got that advantage over the Infinity. It's down to Gartuni and Logan. The duo is going to do it to the end, and Sam9 seems to want more blood.
Here comes the tap with a Mini 14. They should have got one or a couple or more. Logan with a vehicle also on the bike, slowly but whiffed it by Putra. That's going to be a race spray with a Scar L. Is really disappointed as well. As much as we do watching right now, I didn't manage to tap a clear view just now. Bacon Time have a huge hike. Saying it's for Infinity, but I reach it there way before the rest of Infinity make it through. And also, there's going to be a prime spot for a lot of guys who want to get themselves a lot of eliminations. On top of Power Grid, GIDS versus Yoodo Alliance next. They got one on GIDS before, but Yoodo Alliance, I'm not sure how much they want to hold this ground, because right now, they're not on top of a lot of mountains, and lower ground is always not going to be great in Murama.
Bacon Time, I believe the circle, last we saw it was somewhere towards San Martin, and it's still somewhere within that circle. So I can see why this area is a prime position for these teams, and a lot of teams want this. If you're up there, your view is great. And if you have another teammate with you, even if you get knocked down, it's easy for you to reset yourselves. It's hard for any other team to try and end you. So I can see why Bacon Time really, really wants that. But it's also smart for the Infinity to notice that someone's up there. They don't commit all the way, because if they commit all the way while they're trying to drive up that hill, Bacon Time can just easily shoot them down. So good thing they changed their plans. But what's going to be next, because there are a lot of teams all around them. But speaking about teams around, so it looks like Razy will be the next one from Boom to be gunned down, but not out yet. And at the same time, Boom, they're still tanking out the blue. I don't think they're in a good position at this moment. Razy is out.
Gatekeep. Definitely, it's going to be a gatekeep, because SLD shooting down on Boom, and they are not inside of the blue zone. They are in the rim of a circle, or just on the outskirts of the rim of a circle. And now I have a bad feeling for Boom. Feels like slowly dropping like flies here. Being gatekeep on the other end. Oh, we're looking over Power Grid, where there's going to be a bit of a stalemate between Vampires. Always play such a good position. And Alter Ego have to cut across the side of GIDS. On top of Power Grid as well. There's like 4 or 5 teams around this the same compound. If you actually put yourself in the wrong direction, you're going to get yourself caught in a trap of Battlefield. And you don't want to be that team.
Well, I guess they kind of need to take a little bit of a risk as well, because time's not on their side. But anyway, speaking on what's not on their side, the bullets not on their side for our devs from Sam9 will be gunned down. Alter Ego somehow managed to slide their way into the areas of Power Grid, but looking at the circle 700 meters away, they're currently not in it. Yoodo Alliance, at this point, they're a team that likes to play from the outside to the inside, so they might be bulldozing teams right in front of them. I worry that if they focus too much, if they had that tunnel vision maybe onto Vampire or FaZe Clan as they try to get into the circle, Alter Ego might be the team to backstab them.
It is so important for the teams to try to snatch Infinity and Bacon Time position here. Look at how prime the spot is. Yes, if you are on Logan, you have compound, but you don't have that much view on what's going on up top. Thing is for sort of FaZe here, trying to take down on GIDS off their high horse is going to be quite a feat to do. Infinity versus Bacon Time. Try to snatch away the position, but Sam9, if they manage to climb up here, they can wipe both team out. Bacon Time exchanging with Infinity for the nades, but the valleys, the crypts, the curve here of the mountains, making it just so hard for them. What a steep cliff between these guys to land their shots on. FaZe taking it on Snizzle, GIDS having a bit of a problem. But it's going to be Shirty spotted out by Guttani, but the spray whiffed it for a bit. GIDS, and also we have FaZe on the other end. Infinity in the center. They got sandwiched between 2 teams here.
Ooh, and the Infinity is out at number 15, it seems. Only 2 elimination points in this round. The Infinity, are they losing momentum from yesterday? But we'll need to wait and see as we have a couple more rounds to go today. Now putting focus on the GIDS. They have the high ground advantage together with another team on top of them. And with this kind of position, Daybot, he can hold on for a little bit more, but the bad news is that he's the only player left. There is nothing called knock for him right now. It's only out, so you gotta be careful if you get shot down from afar.
Boom. Taking advantage, try to bulldoze everybody from behind with domination of 5 eliminations right now. ShineLikeDiamond still breathing, even though they caught themselves in a hard spot before and managed to squeeze out from it. And now try to gatekeep. Boom and the rest of the team were coming in very late, but SLD also have 1 man down, Alter Ego in between, and both try to be the advantage of a third point. Stand view, saying it's for bacon time. Whoever's not on the high ground is digging their own grave right now. NFT and Alter Ego are one of them. And those actually on the high ground, all high and mighty right now, try to pin down and gatekeep whoever's trying to cut across ice. Drop himself. 1 more team eliminated for DBD. Again, a bit too soon there for DBD.
Yeah, number 14 for them. That means no points in this round. Again, DBD. Another disappointing round for them, but now we put focus on the NFT. They're starting to stop Alter Ego from coming in. NFT just in front of them. But start from afar, from the high ground, trying to take out the members of SLD. 7-9 on the left. They are still on the outside of the circle. NFT needs to move, but Renaure gets the high ground advantage. But because he's the only player left for Alter Ego, he's not going to play the gatekeeping role. He's going to play it safe to the end.
Slippery slope for Adikluk and the rest of Yoodo Alliance playing this very slippery, risky game. Now they got 1, Ego Esports on the other end. Oh boy, this is such a hard spot for Yoodo Alliance. Very slippery indeed. And Ego Esports making sure, I'm not sure if they have enough utilities, but he should toss it over right now. It's the perfect time. Chua getting on 2, double down. Finish off. Decimated the entirety of Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance only 2 elimination points in this round. The Eagles will have time to reset, and the Vampires have a compound together with the Circle. FaZe Clan still at the high ground. Daybot being the last man standing for GIDS. He is just going to play this super duper safe. But keep your eyes onto NFT, BN United, and Bacon Time around the same area. They will be fighting against each other. Zunos, no one noticed him. Zunos is shooting, and Zunos gets a knockdown to Batman, but because he exposed his position, NFT still a full squad. Zunos managed to get that elimination point before he goes out.
Fast reaction coming up from NFT to clean up the mess behind them, but they need to advance forward. Ego Esports, they tried to take away Vampire's prime spot here, definitely the only compound, the strongest there is, and a lot of mountains climber on the sidelines as well. They spot out on FaZe, GIDS, Daybot is on top as well. Well, Vampire's taking the lower ground, but they got quite a good wall to barricade themselves. 7-9 quite far off from the blue zone, but they cannot get up from this really hard pit. Box rush in. It's going to be a splat, and that's it. 7-9 losing Mania, left with Dap and also Dips. It's going to be tough for them to just peek out because Box got the domination over this area right now, but the Blues are closing in very soon.
Boss Gaming still on the outside of the circle. 1 minute left before the zone closes in. 7-9 has Adibs Dab with the long range on the break, tries to get revenge for harm, but not able to connect those shots. At the same time, we can see that SLD is moving on the left, but they have a slope to play with. Trisman with the long range onto 7-9. That will go down.
And SLD want to butt in and nose in this business as well. Box slowly finish off 7-9 of the lines there. But Deb going to be the last one. Shot from afar. It's going to be Gosu also. Finish it off straight away. But GIDS fighting against Bacon Time, which are going to be eliminated next. We're down to only 17 within just seconds. And 25 seconds left. It's going to be shrinking even further for the Circle of Empire. Just going to keep the pressure onto the side of SLD. Fingers for Box Gaming. Whoever's not in the center of Empire taking the reign so far.
Vampire now just needs to defend their location, and they can. They still have a full squad, but speaking about the full squad, it might not be the case right now as Flucam goes down. FaZe Clan with Tony King on the high ground taking off Flucam. This could be an opening now for FaZe Clan to move in, but they still have the circle. Not only that, they have teams to deal with left and right, but the circle doesn't favor them. FaZe Clan will need to move.
Now they have one more team behind FaZe Clan. They need to get rid of GIDS before they're being backstabbed here. Ego Esports, they're being favored by the next circle. They got themselves a bit of a terrain to play with, but not so much covers there. SLD's map spotted at Box Gaming try to stop them, denying their entrance towards the circle. But Box Gaming themselves are not in the safe zone either, because the moment they step out from this field, it's an open field for just vampires to shoot them over.
And they only have a motorbike. Motorbike is so exposed. Not like they have enough exposure just yet. The moment they step out of this shack, that's it, they're gone for. Just look at the amount of teams around them. SLD, there's a high ground as well. GIDS, we have Daybot still alive. Daybot can oversee those teams on the outside, on the open field. The moment they move, and they will need to move because the zone is starting to close in. Box Gaming will be pressured by the blue.
GIDS, the last member, and Vafel, same goes for NFT. Especially Daybot. The moment he slides down, it's going to be the end for GIDS, but he can secure one more as Maps has spotted out a clear view against SLD. This is the time Daybot to try to get more eliminations, but it's a bit too late now as Gosu retaliates to counter fires from afar, but Gosu being scouted out by Trisme, not going to giving it off way easy there. FaZe trying to climb down, but Ego Esports making sure it's going to be a tough journey for them. And F1 spraying upon the side of FaZe, but it's not clipping, it's not connecting. Can it explode the vehicle? A bit too late now, cooking up the nade. And it's going to be a Molotov first. Feels like a perfect tossing within just 20 to 30 meters away, but a bit too lopsided, but Daybot still giving the pressure. Tony K knocked down from FaZe.
Oh, FaZe Clan, somehow they managed to get all their players into the circle. Tony K will need to be picked out shots. Will need to move right now as Vampires, they do not have the circle. Daybot will be pressured with the blue. There's nowhere for him to go. MR5 immediately deleting Daybot. GIDS number 4.
Daybot went poof in the air just now. On the side of FaZe, Tony K still bleeding out. It's quite far for the rest of the FaZe trying to help him out. Vampires versus Ego Esports, who's been holding their ground so well. But the Vampires, can they finally land that chicken here? They're always being in the center of a circle. Spotted out Chua. Perfect angle. Will it be a Kobe? The explosion still not going to be not enough. Chua still have slither of health to work with. F1 is trying to hold his ground, but they have two corners. F1 bombarded by Ravenclaw. MR5 taking down a bit of a hit there, but Stone trying to open up space for Vampires to push forward. But the problem is, it's going to be a three-way war. The spread coming up from FaZe, giving them a bit more space. Ego Esports caught in between with one player left.
Oh, nade from Ravenclaw to the Eagles. Will it land nicely? The nade will explode, but the nade will not connect yet. Now the spray coming in from Ravenclaw will not connect as well. The Eagles, they are still surviving this. The nade from Shrubs now will it connect? No as well. Looks like the Eagles somehow still survive, but Shrubs know exactly where they are. MR5 spots you Vampires on the other side. Tony K coming in, and it's going to be FaZe Clan getting those eliminations in the bag.
This might be FaZe or Vampires. Still going to be a 50-50 3v3. Yeah, Tony K with Lycan on the flank side, where MR5 shooting from the high ground. Slowly forward towards the safe zone, but spotted out by Stone. Stone never misses. That one bullet really clipped quite a number. Make a huge chunk of HP loss on the side of MR5. But MR5 tried to stop Stone. Stone's the only problem for MR5. If he's not being guarded, it's going to be FaZe's game, because he's got a clear view to the side of Vampire Ravenclaw as well. But while the rest of them face Tony K and also Lycan trying to open up space forward on the flank, on the left. MR5 trying to get Tony K! What a nade just now!
Where did the nade come from? They didn't even notice it. Tony K used the slow to his advantage. MR5's here on the high ground, but he needs to move soon. 40 more seconds on the clock, but he knows exactly where Vampires are. And Ravenclaw is the one still active. We managed to pick up his teammate, but Tony K moves in. And it's going to be FaZe Clan finally getting the chicken dinner in the bag.
The team without chicken, but definitely on the top 5. Finally proven. You know, the cares of them not getting chicken till the end of everything tournament, even the PMRC, finally can get themselves a taste of their chicken dinner for themselves. FaZe Clan, Tony K, what a nice nade. The opening that they needed to enter into the Vampire's lair just now was well worth it. He'd been knocked down before, but he got back up to his feet and make it another go. And FaZe Clan, what a nice tag team play. What a nice teamwork performance just now.
And it's a matter of time for FaZe Clan. They've been consistent, they can take good fights. It's just, you know, sometimes it's a little bit of an unlucky move for them. But then again, it's a matter of time. I do expect them to get the chicken dinner today, and I believe FaZe Clan was my prediction. Yay! Woo! I'm the first one to get it right. Yay!
Yay!
FaZe Clan
Congratulations!
and celebration. But yeah, FaZe Clan, I mean, Thai teams, again, they are showing it again and again why they are here at the stage.
You know what? I feel like we might witness all Thai teams getting themselves a chicken within the first week here. Okay, we do have Infinity got himself a chicken, right? Buriram, one of it. Now it's all about bacon time. FaZe got them. Who else?
Bacon Time, Vampire.
Empire almost got it as well.
Yeah.
Close enough. There's
Still
TEM
waiting
Entertainment.
for Vampire. TEM Entertainment as well. Yeah, they haven't got it yet. So out of 6, half of them are done. 3 more to go, and all the Thai teams have gotten their own chicken dinner.
I know, is it going to be a Thai and Indonesian game again for today? We have no clue, but definitely these guys were really having a tough time to actually read out a circle, which is quite hard when it comes to the last few ones, especially in the 5th. No, not really the 5th, the 4th circle. If you're not getting yourself in the high grounds just now, it's really tough because it's going to be sort of a crate there. And the only entry point you have will be guarded heavily by those actually on this high ground. So it's just nowhere else to go if you're not on the high ground during the 4th circle, and that's it. You're doomed yourself to actually be at the foot of a hill.
Yeah, of course it depends on the circle, right? But this kind of circle, I do agree that like the high ground is a prime position, and it's always easier to like move from top to bottom rather than bottom to top, whatever happens at the end of the day. So placing themselves there is minimal risk as compared to being at the lower ground. But here are teams to focus. Our top 4 teams of the previous round, of course, FaZe Clan, they only spent like, what, 1 second in the blue, and I believe that was somewhere towards the end. Other than that, the Vampires, clean, because they got that compound, they had the circle, so they didn't really needed to spend time in the blue. But the GIDS, because they traveled from somewhere on the right side, so that's why they had to like go through a lot of teams. They spent a little bit more time in the blue, but still managed to get themselves to the top 4. Especially Daybot with that high ground, that kind of position, it's hard to counter upon if he just stay put.
Yep. But back to it, when it comes to the scoreboard and the match ranking, the only team got themselves a double digit here is going to be FaZe, and they got themselves a chicken. This is well deserving. They grind their way into the circle. With the Vampires, I want to respect Vampires a lot because they always try to hold the ground in the center and manage to hold until the top 5 or top 3 in the last minute here. That secures them 17 points. While Ego Esports, again, Ego Esports SLD rising up the occasion, and Bots Gaming slowly following as well. GIDS, we do know they are one of the consistents in the middle bracket, but NFT since yesterday, it has been a great day. Same goes for Bacon and Boom, but here comes our MVP. We saw how great this of a player. He is just remarkable with that Nate just now.
If I were to just put like Tony K's picture like a couple of seasons ago, just beside this one, is so different.
Yeah, he
looks more a lot more mature now.
Yeah, he looked a bit boyish back then. Maybe one of the reasons because of haircut.
Yeah.
But this can be the damage is much more average like the usual. We've seen 1,002 the highest, but the 300, not really 300, 33 meters for the longest elimination in distance. I think that's mostly because of his hand grenade just now that tossed over with the double knockdown.
Yeah, that nade, that was the opening as well for them to finish off their opponent Vampires and a couple of other knocks as well through nades. I mean, it was a very good game for FaZe Clan. Used their utilities well. Well deserved to be on top at, if you ask me, at this moment. 70 points, 7 points difference with Alter Ego, followed by NFT with 2 points difference, and then we have Vampires next with about 6 points difference, and followed by 4 rivals with only 1 point difference. So overall, the points, they are not too far away between each other, and of course you want to finish up as high as possible at the end of the day, right? Because you want to get that bonus weekly points to carry over onto the grand finals as well. But looking good so far for FaZe Clan. For some of the teams on page number 2, we can see a lot of them not moving at all.
I mean, like, for me personally, up to 12th place is still swappable towards the top 10. Like, even on the 3rd place, it's still reachable for them. But those actually dropping from especially 14 places, quite a fetch. If they want to get themselves on the first page, they have to get really good run the entire day. Even though Buriram got themselves and Boom got themselves chicken on the 2nd page here, but it's because their consistency is just a bit of a problem. They're a bit on a roller coaster ride, and they just couldn't get themselves in the top 5 in every single game. It's a different story when it comes to Vampires and for Rivals. Without chicken, they still maintain in the top 5 no matter what. Same goes for GIDS. They haven't got themselves any chicken, but they have been maintaining their positions and got a couple of eliminations during the last few rounds. That's more than enough to make sure that they secure themselves to get into the weekly bonus point.
Yeah, GIDS is definitely one of those teams that you want to keep an eye on. They are not like, doing like getting chicken dinners back to back and that sort of thing, but I think it's about time as well. That's one of those teams like, now FaZe Clan has got it, so the next could be like GIDS or 4 Rivals. I think those are some of the teams that we can expect them to do well and at some point definitely get that chicken dinner. But just to show a little bit of a recap from whatever happened here. So the reason why GIDS, they spent a lot of time in the blue because they dropped into the areas of Impala and the southern areas, those kind of places. And they had to spend a little bit of time in the blue, but because of their playstyle, they're used to doing a little bit of a later entry. They managed to find their way through, especially with Daybot, solo-handedly bringing their team up to a fairly high finish. That's going to be a 3rd place finish for GIDS. So being in that kind of position for Daybot as a solo player, most important is that you cannot get knocked down. There's no way you can do that because it's either death or nothing else. So by being up there, he knows how to position himself not to overpeak, and that's good. He managed to get a 3rd place finish for his team, and that's way good enough for GIDS.
Just to look at this recap just now, the hardest entries coming out from the side of Ego actually. You know what? I love Ego Esports these days because how they play have been so ingenious that they know how to place themselves. They're thinking about, their mindset is try to think about what your enemy is thinking right now, and they were having just only one entry point in the low ground. You saw how the crate just now have a sort of a one entry point, that's it. But they managed to squeeze in the last minute regardless of how hard it is. But before we're getting into more game after this, definitely we want to thank our sponsors, which is going to be Realme with the latest chipset of Media Dimensity 8100 5G. It's going to be the GT Neo 3 for you to upgrade your Battlefield experience. You definitely want to have this game. And don't forget to #be_the_one for your TikTok challenge going on all our pages of PUBG Mobile, which is going to be quite a number here. We're talking about PUBG Mobile NY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.ny, and PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile official PH for the Philippines. And you guys definitely hungry right now for your chicken. Don't forget to sign up with a Grab Food, which is going to be our official food delivery partner, 50% off if you use the code PUBGM. That's going to be all in capital letters, PUBGM, and it's only for new users. Okay, so we're going to have our dinner with our Grab Food just now, so we're going to see you guys after this break.
Chúng ta lại gặp nhau rồi. Cảm giác được mời thẳng vào mùa này với tư cách là nhà vô địch mùa trước chắc không phải ai cũng hiểu được. Vậy nên mục tiêu của chúng tôi thì cũng đơn giản thôi, bảo vệ chức vô địch.
เรื่องนั้นมันก็หลายเดือนมาแล้วนะ แต่ได้ข่าวว่าพวกนายเกือบไม่ได้แชมป์ในรายการเวียดนามทำคะแนนเท่ากับอันดับที่ 2 แล้วยังจะมีหน้ามาบอกว่าจะรักษาแชมป์เอาไว้เนี่ยนะ
Brother, I advise you all to be more realistic, set small goals like us, something like getting first place for 4 week straight.
Hai boy, kita ketemu lagi ternyata. Waktu liga kemarin kelihatannya gampang banget ya untuk menang. Sekarang kita ketemu di SEA, itu pasti udah nggak hype lagi nih.
ทีมของพวกนายอ่ะมาเพื่อล้างแค้นแต่ทีมของผมอ่ะมาเพื่อทวงคืนเกียรติยศต่างหาก
Korang tak payah beria lah. Si spring lepas pun saya tak nampak korang. Kali ni korang rasa korang boleh ke?
ทีมของพวกนายอะเข้ามาเล่นได้2 ครั้งอะอย่าพูดมากเลย รอกินกระสุนของผมในสนามดีกว่า
Seingat gua di aturan nggak ada poin buat tali sejarah deh. Kalian percaya diri banget ya. Gua jadi nggak sabar lihat muka kalian waktu aku kalahin.
รอบนี้มีทีมไทยเข้าร่วมทั้ง 6 ทีม แค่นี้ก็ดูออกแล้วป่ะว่าภูมิภาคไหนแข็งแกร่งที่สุด
Mùa này có nhiều đội hơn thì đã sao? Mùa trước Thái Lan cũng 5 team nhưng nhà vô địch vẫn là DX đấy thôi.
Tapi peluang korang untuk kali ni nak juara 1/16 terlalu nipis lah.
This GIDS are a bit overconfident, but no matter where you go, I will make sure you guys as the backdrop of Geek Fam.
ทุกคนน่ะคิดว่ายูไฮเป็นเด็กอัจฉริยะแต่พวกผมไม่คิดงั้นนะพวกผมเองอ่ะก็เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไปเจอในสนามดีกว่า
Don't stress so much. Losing to us is actually not that embarrassing.
Gue yang di akhir gue tutup ya. Kalian semua tim teratas dari setiap region. Kata-kata tauntingnya juga udah gue dengar semua. Gue tunggu kalian semua di PMGC.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the synergy system. We have created a new synergy anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain synergy ranking rewards. We have added a synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines and the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
New speed awakens.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Livestream, and Quantum Studios. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. We're still here with you guys, and we also need to thank our official smartphone partner, that's Realme, who has been with us throughout this season, and of course our official livestream partner as well, TikTok, #BeTheOne. Don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, PUBG Mobile My Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH, and our official food delivery partner, that is GrabFood. And so far today, out of the 2 rounds that we have played, it has been an amazing day for the Thai team.
Yep, there's only one flag waving out right now, which is going to be coming out from the Thais. We're waiting. Now, we did actually have a chat behind the scene just now. What happened if all the flags flying today is going to be coming out from Thais? And then some of them on the other side of the channel, which is going to be on the BM stream. I said, no, after this is going to be all Malaysian flags. I don't know, man. I mean, like, we haven't seen a lot of Vietnam flags yet. We do see a lot of yesterday's Indonesian team. Out of 5 games, they won 3 out of it, especially when it comes to Erangel, but we still have one more of Mirama after this.
Yeah, one more Mirama and then 2 Erangels back-to-back. That's going to be our format today. After the 1 Mirama and 1 Erangel, we'll be taking a 5-minute break, so just stay tuned for that. And before we head into our second Mirama for today, a little bit of a recap on the most knockouts right now. It's going to be Daybot #1. He got himself that high ground. And FaZe Clan, Tony K, who just got the chicken dinner, 3 knockouts. And we have Stone, that second place finish as well, 3 knockouts for him.
Smart friend. He's a very smart player just now.
Oh, okay. All right.
You just realized it, don't you?
Yeah. I mean...
But back towards the most damage is going to be Tony K, and Daybot fall to second place instead of first just now. Chua, Ego Esports, Chua, and also Namshin has been really under a spotlight for the couple of days here.
Yeah, Chua, yesterday he did well as well, playing as a duo up until his second place finish together with Namshin. This time, his turn to be on the spotlight as one of the top 3 most damage, 641. Tony K, instead of 4th round, 737. But here is going to be the next few rounds, the next round actually. So it's A, C, D, and E will be playing. Group B will be taking a break. So the Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance, they're going to chill for the next round.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Yoodo Alliance. I don't know how is this going to be a break or not, because they did just manage to get themselves that momentum in the past 2 games.
Yeah.
So the moment you hear the break, it's either you can accelerate again after this, or you're just going to be decelerating. So I have to wait and see if that break going to pay them well or not. But definitely for this time, we're talking about no Group B, so Infinity is not there anymore. We did had a bit of a backstage chat with all the channels and all the cousins, including Cloud is there as well. We talked about how the spot for some teams has been changed depending which group playing and which group is not.
Yeah, and because they play a round robin, that has to be the case, right? But what's not going to change is for you guys, this experience, this new experience inside of Nusa, and it involves the new tactical crossbow. And if you saw during the advertisement, while we had that longer break, you would have seen how it's used. So you can use it to shoot to the one of those poles, and you can create like a flying fox onto some of the strategic areas, and from there you can get elimination points based on wherever you are.
And also, don't forget, there's already a new pass coming up from you guys, the latest Royal Pass 15, which is going to be the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. So this is going to be available right now, so you guys can actually just grab it, and don't forget to do all the missions as well as log in every single day. But we do have more sets coming up here.
Yeah, we have the Ultimate set, and of course this is the first time that we have a double Ultimate set to spin available now. So the Spectral Swan set is available together with the Cosmic Inquisitor set, and this was teased the last time we had the PMRC, the one that had a crack background, and now it's out and official for you guys to get in game to keep as a permanent set, and of course to flex it out to your friends.
Okay, now we're finally talking about business here. It's going to be back to its Mirama. Now, definitely some teams change their drop spot, especially when it comes to Malaysian teams. They're trying to adapt about the situation, especially rotation-wise, because always, every single team, they try to grind themselves up to just adapt to as the current meta. They got caught in between during the transition of between the circles, especially third to fourth phase of the circle. For the first phase, so far, not much except for Sunhawk earlier today. We got a bit of a skirmishes, and that's just it. The others are like sort of, you know, I know your territory, I know your mark, so we're going to respect that for now.
Yeah, that's... I think DBD doesn't want to remember the Sunhawk one.
I need to remind them again.
Out in about like 1 minute and 12 seconds.
The shortest.
The shortest. You can't go any lower than that. Yeah.
They got a record. Yeah, one of the record holder.
Yeah, the Razzie Award, the award that nobody wants, right? But anyway, despite them lasting a little bit longer, well, actually a lot longer than 1 minute and 12 seconds in round 2, they still went out at number 14 without any elimination points. So for DBD itself, I think they're the only team right now to not get anything at all.
That's kind of true. Aside from BN United, I think like BN United has really stepped up their game here. We're talking about them trying to bring the fights more, but it's just when it comes to team comps, feels like a bit messy in certain places. Just need a bit of a polishing. I think they will be okay by end of week number 1. And also speaking of week number 1 performance, Infinity today has been very quiet. But the one that actually shine bright is going to be the ShineLikeDiamond. ShineLikeDiamond team SLD really performed quite well first and second day, including NFT. NFT have been really great, and boom. Now this is going to be the 3 teams that I think that they start to sort of feel comfortable with this league right now. But we still too early to say anything about it because, you know, some teams are just reading out for the first couple of days.
Yeah, like what Pemburu said as well, that will be the case for the Xavier, which is currently at number 19, by the way. But for the next round, this is what we predict. So we did talk about like, oh, Thai teams, okay. What if today, okay, with 3 more rounds to go, okay, Buriram got the chicken dinner already.
You got a bit late, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, but I got FaZe Clan correct, so that's going to be 1 in the bag. But with 3 more rounds to go, if like TEM Entertainment starts first and then another Thai team and another Thai team, a different one, then they would complete their mission of all Thai teams getting the chicken dinner.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's true. And it happened today for every single match Thai's getting it. I mean, like, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I know, right?
TEM Entertainment, when you ask about this team, a lot of the feedback coming out from the players is going to be they are one heck of a team. One tough cookie to bring down easily because they are so well when it comes to getting fight. It's just the hardest place for them to actually get is in the top 5 last few circles because they have been trying to force a fight too many times.
Yeah, I guess maybe trying to adapt to the meta, but maybe they just couldn't. But so it depends on situations as well because other teams try to do the same. So it's kind of like positive equals to negative. Oh, well, putting out a math theory there. But anyway, so it's going to be round 2 Miramar because of the grouping change. After this, we'll be seeing Group B taking a break, but we still have like Group C who has a lot of firepower in them. The Eagles, FaZe Clan, NFT. Big teams here in Group C is still in this, so that means that it could still disrupt a lot of other teams' type of play.
That's kind of true, especially we mentioned about Group C, right? The moment they are not playing, it feels a bit quiet. But when they are in the game, it's going to be all over the place, especially Ego Esports. We have to keep an eye for this team. They always drop around Chumasera. But this time, I'm not sure how it will fare because it's going to be a different group entirely. We don't have Group B. But FaZe definitely want to get more numbers here. NFT and Sam9, they had a really rough spot for the Malaysian teams as well. Can they make a comeback when it comes to the second day? Let's head into our second Miramar of the day right here, right now.
Here we go, Miramar. The second Miramar for today, before we move on to the last 2 games that's going to be played in the Erangel. So looks like it's going to be a southern side flight path. I think it's going to cut across the southern side, so Chumasera is easily accessible. That means Eagles would have a problem to go there. Geek Fam, however, they're a little bit of a nomad. El Pozo used to be one of their drop spot. Yesterday they dropped it to San Martin. And now looking at the current scenario, going straight into San Martin might be a little bit difficult. They're heading towards La Drillera. So change there for Geek Fam again.
And for the one dropping on north, I think it's going to be ended up on top of El Pozo, the nearest they can actually go. But after they try to find a couple of vehicles, so it's like a area, like you mentioned. But also, this is going to be depends on the circle. If the circle up north, there's going to be a lot of teams really fighting for vehicles from the start here. For SEM9, feels like they want to go for maybe power grid, the way they are actually moving. SLD might actually go into the side of water treatment, or in between just Hacienda de Patron, depending how much they can just float over towards that side. We have Buriram. Oh well, there you go. Feels like we might ended up near to the last circle. Last one was Crater Fields, mind you. But this one, it feels like maybe in between the Crater Field water treatment, even Hacienda de Patron, those high mountains.
Yeah, basically the high mountains just outside of Craterfield, that will definitely be one of the hot spots or the prime position. Look at this current circle. And the Geek Fam is actually very familiar with that. They used to drop around the areas of La Cabrera, and what the checkpoints they like to go to is those high grounds just on the right side of it. I believe that with this kind of first drop for them, La Cabrera, looking at what they just did, they immediately got a vehicle. Looks like they do plan to go up north anyway. Expect them to loot quickly inside of La Cabrera, and then they will head towards one of the high grounds on the middle of the circle.
True. And also teams, just now, the flight path itself is more toward the southern side of the map. So it shows that a lot of teams dropping there as well. So they might actually try to rotate there as fast as possible or as slow as they can be. Because right now, if you cannot get in as fast, you couldn't find vehicle, it's best to actually play the outer circle because it's just too much at stake there. They're just jeopardizing regarding the transition later on, including now the one that actually in the middle of the map, which is going to be including Vampire, SEM9, these teams, like even FaZe Clan. They might actually try to get in there as fast as possible. But you guys can also just drop this QR code and try and take it with a picture or camera right now, because it's your turn to actually be one of the new legacy, bringing into the next PMPL 2023, which you actually might have a shot if you can qualify yourself in the PMCC.
Yep, another route for you to get into the next season of PMPL. Of course, that goes to PMNC, and then there will be a opportunity to move towards PMPL. But of course, for you to know the exact details of that, do stay tuned. When it's going to happen, you can check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile as well while you're at it. But focusing onto this game, 4 rivals, another team that is currently up there without the chicken dinner, mind you, and they've been performing fairly consistently. So that's another team for you to keep an eye on.
Yep, and also one of the furthest having their journey just now because of a flight path. They are one of the team that love to drop up north, which can be Chris DeVille. But I'm not sure where Boom is right now. I want to see where Boom is, because Boom sometimes they just randomly drops whenever they want to be. So usually it's going to be Tierra Bronca, which is going to be nearby on top of 4 rivals. But so far we haven't seen any of those 2 teams clashes yet. But aside of Geek Fam, feels like they are at the rim of circle. They haven't been doing great at all the past 2 days for Geek Fam.
Yeah, not at all, in fact. And it's a very different performance for them as compared to the PMPL GPH. They were wrecking everyone, and they broke the record of getting #1 every week during the league. Moving on to the country finals that time, they were the team that got a perfect score as a start. But coming into the SEA Championship, just look at their current score. It's only 21 points so far. They haven't been able to do much. DBD just below them with a difference of 6 points, and SEM9 above them with a difference of 8 points. So it's still a lot of points to catch up if they want to get into at least a first pager.
That's true. And this is really awkward for us to actually, without BN United, we're looking at the Xaviers as the last place there. Same goes for DBD. Now, DBD used to be the team that's really consistent. Like, always got themselves in a middle bracket. Never this low, but they had this kind of days before. But they kind of getting their momentum when it comes to the, second week. Usually, it's a bit late for them. But there's a lot of big teams down there that we are kind of surprised they haven't got their debut yet in this league. They are not waking up yet. Back to the side of water treatment, we do have Box Gaming here. But feels like they won't be, clashing, because most of the teams right now, their main focus and main objectives is going to be finding vehicles first, because of the flight path really contradicts towards the circle. So it's not unusual for us not looking any fights at all, and not really uncommon to see some players don't have anything much to work with because they need to focus on getting into the circle as close as possible. Frankie straight away gonna pan out to a sort of Geek Fam across him. I think he sort of feels like there must be somebody across that road because Montenegro used to be dropped by a lot of team. Infinity is not here. Definitely it's going to be vacant for a bit.
Yeah, the Infinity ain't playing, so a little bit of a switch there in terms of where teams would be and the possibility of them bumping into another team. So kind of smart for the Xavier to follow that route, considering that the Infinity is not playing this round, so they kind of use that way. So that's okay for them. The possibility of them bumping into the Infinity or any other team is a little bit lower. And it's not like they are doing a slow rotation. The rotation is pretty fast. But now we put focus on DBD, and you mentioned about DBD. Again, this could be a third time in a row. Bad start for them. They had to sacrifice one player for some reason doing the scouting work, and the point went to Buriram United.
Buriram slowly rising here. But at the same time, I'm not sure where are the rest of DBD though. Why is it too far off for them? These Avis, what happened to be clashing with FaZe is what we mentioned before when there's only one direction up north there. And FaZe, Tony K spotted out Frankie, and there's only one tree in between. I don't feel like it's going to be enough for Frankie to survive, but the rest of the team definitely will just keep on moving forward since it's a bit too late for them to actually do a bit of damage control. Two teams lost 2 men quite early on, and 2 teams playing in the blue zone. Still, it's going to be GD, GIDS. DBD just now was in the blue zone, but they managed to squeeze in the last minute.
The Xavier had to lose another player very, very early on. This will definitely affect their motivation. I mean, they had a good plan. They know where to rotate, but unfortunately, they had to bump into a team that's currently hard, that's FaZe Clan, and the points given to them. This will definitely affect not only the way they play, but also their motivation towards the rest of the round. So they need to do like what the Infinity did like yesterday. Like even with 3 players very early on, they still managed to fight their way to get the chicken dinner. Now they're going to share the same hill area as Sem9, but then again, as long as Rabbids doesn't get knocked, he should be fine.
Yeah, the effort being put in here. Oh, there's going to be a bit of descent. Closing off Ravis. Kind of stuck in that corner for a bit with his vehicle. Yep, he's going to park there just right now. And he just gave up. You know what? That buggy going to be there for quite some time there. Yep. That just happened. That happens when you trying to against the gravity. It's going to be physics in PUBG Mobile. On the DBD side, it's going to be going up towards the north, Torre Ahomad. I have a feeling they want to rotate, maybe cutting across the Oasis or maybe on top of La Cabrera and just going down from there. So I'm not sure if NFT is still going to lingers around La Cabrera or not. But that's kind of a smart move because it's always every single game, right? There's not many players coming up from the north side. But Ego Esports fought U-High. It's going to be clean execution, feels like, because Geek Fam too far to revive here.
I didn't expect Geek Fam to come out to this high ground. Because that's what they normally do, and but it feels like their timing this time is a little bit slow. Probably their timing is okay, but the Eagles, they are faster. They happen to be there first, and they spot up U-High. U-High went up, got a surprise, and got shot down. And if you're the only one up there, it's very difficult for your teammates to come back you up, and you're pretty much a goner. You can't go down.
There's one more team fighting, and skirmishes happens for NFT versus SLD. Ramon's on the ground here. SLD got 2 men knocked down. It's going to be 2-2-1 trade for now. Ron cooking up the nade. Feels like a drop right on top of SLD.
Whoa!
A perfect 1A Kobe.
Wow.
That's going to be first team eliminated. SLD, we just praised them today, and this happened.
I'm impressed. That's like total 6 cents to toss that nade. He didn't even get a good vision on where exactly his opponent was at, and the nade landed nicely. Wow, that was amazing. That was just yummy. What a delicious nade.
True. But now back to this area of crater fields. There's a lot of hills there, and a steep one as well. FaZe tried to revive. Rabies dropped himself sliding down the corner, back into the pits. Oh, Rabies.
Wait, what? And he was the last one.
Yep. He slipped down.
What? Okay.
It's already the incident with the buggy before. And now this.
Yeah. His buggy had to be stuck there, and there's no way for him to get that buggy. And
No, he just left the buggy just then, trying to climb again.
Because the buggy was stuck, there was no way for him to move it. But now we move over to Putra. Putra should be able to win this. And yes, he will against Razy. He had a little bit of an elevation advantage to shoot. I just had to talk about the Xavier again. Like we talked about, we're talking about their motivation, and it just shows like they don't have an effort in this round, and it was wasted for the Xavier.
Oh, everybody tried to climb to the highest ground, caught accident in between. Boom. They lost one man in the process as well. A lot of teams tried to get on the high ground of Crater Field. Thinking it might be the last few circles there. Whatever it's not, it's actually the mountains on the outskirts of Crater Fields, where a lot of Team Bacon Time park themselves there. NFT is already there. Box Gaming and Vampires is in the center. Buriram gonna come in very late on the northern side. Same goes for GIDS coming up from Tower Ahomada. TEM Entertainment will join and might have a clash with 4 rivals. Whilst Ego Esports chasing the tails of Geek Fam, we do have Boom, who kind of separated quite thin in between themselves, and Sam9 right across them. So maybe they've been gatekept by the side of Sam9. So that's why they kind of move on the northern side to its La Cabrera all the way. My God, Crater Field is going to be a dead yard.
I like this so much. This is not a circle that we get all the time. This is rare. It's rare for it to go all the way up. And this will be an opportunity for our teams to adapt because they're so used to playing on this high ground, which was the prime position in the previous circle. But the moment the circle moves away, it's going to be a challenge for them. And the challenge is going to be between FaZe Clan and Bacon Time.
FaZe. A spot out Venturis. Yep. Bacon Time. A bit hard for them. They need to climb down here. It's not worth fighting at all around this area. It's not even inside of a circle. And it's really a steep slope to just slide down. So they have to be extra careful. Well, the Xavier stream is definitely show us a lesson there. So they don't want to repeat that sort of mistake for Bacon Time. They don't want to overcommit. While FaZe still shooting, Shirty is trying to climb down as careful as possible. Sam9, Bacon Time, Geek Fam going a different route entirely. Feels like they won't engage into sort of any team fight yet. But Harm, I'm not sure where are the rest of Sam9. Feels like he's only here alone now. Oh, TEM Entertainment Bevy. That shot coming out, it's against Buriram. I think that's coming out from the northern side.
Yeah, it is. That was the last time we saw Buriram United at least. So probably they bump into each other there. Geek Fam, on the other hand, managed to get into the circle, but 7-9 happened to be in the same compound. But there's still a lot of space to play. With this kind of circle and this kind of compound, there's still a lot of room for them to go about, a lot of compounds for them to play, and Geek Fam choose to play a little bit safer considering that they don't have their main fragger with W high.
But TEM Entertainment got themselves this warehouse, but it's a risky one because so many windows, so many open space. The moment they step out, it's going to be an open plane. Boom, trying to target down towards the side of DBD. Zix on the ground already. I think he tried to climb down just now. We got shot along the process. But Buriram, I'm not sure where are the rest of them, but it feels like they start to join in and move in unison right now. And boom, spot out Zex, finish off. It's going to be Boo Boo Hoo on the other side entirely. That was a nice flanking coming up from the side of Boom. But Buriram, a bit frustrated they couldn't get away with that one elimination, be stolen away by the other teams. We're now heading over to La Cabrera, where we have a bit of an urban style war between Box Gaming, 4 rivals, and there's one more team on the left side there.
This area should be somewhere by the somewhere in the middle, maybe a little bit down south of the middle point of the circle. So I can see why a lot of teams want to go there, and of course they have their own compound, so it's perfect for now. As long as they're within the circle, they definitely stay put. They'll chill for now because it's a good position to be in. For these teams, Eagles, and boom, Eagles, wow! Sneaking in from behind, getting that elimination, and the circle moved away from everybody.
Yep, but it's going to be Buriram getting the center and Boom as well. DBD joining in the last minute on the southern part. Nobody coming up from the north. And Ego Esports, I'm loving how they just so smart, placing themselves in a place where nobody can think of, and always backstabbing every single team who's too focused on what's in front of them. On the side of this down south, although Bacon Time having a bit of a problem, I don't think Almsab will want to wait ice, and also I think there's one more player, Shirty, possibly there. FaZe, on the other hand, will advance, but if they move too fast here, it's going to be all hell break loose because NFT and Vampires, even Box, might have a bit of a fight against Buriram right now.
You know what? This circle is so rare. I can imagine the comms for all these teams. They'll be like, where are we going to go? How are we going to play this? Because you don't get this circle all the time. And what kind of terrain is it on top of there? What's available? What kind of compounds? What kind of shacks? I mean, it's a lot for the teams to discover. And Mika discovers the end of the bullet from the Eagles. He'll be eliminated next. And now the duo, the OG duo of Geek Fam, Snipes and Damroot, they're going to play it till the end.
Now Sem9 now with a full party coming in. It's going to be a whole squad of Sem9 crossing over. And the worst part with this kind of terrain, there's not much too high of a ground that you can actually take as a prime spot. Unless you've got yourself a compound. Ego Esports spot out Sem9. Open fires. Namshi giving his positions away. Definitely the rest of Sem9 will not eager enough to transition as fast as possible when they hit the gunshot. But Geek Fam taken now on Sem9 Dips, who's the scouter in front, and finish off by Damroot from afar. While looking at this state, Sem9 definitely want to change their rotation and take it a bit slow because Ego Esports is right in front of them, and that's going to be Geek Fam, another one chasing their tails here.
Ooh, Geek Fam now on the outside of the circle. I think they're also playing like, you know, where are we going to go right now because this area is just so rare. But Sem9 managed to find their way into the circle. Looks like they'll be able to slip in without anyone noticing, but the Eagles need to reset quickly as Chua is currently down together with F1.
Boom, already being the gatekeeper. The moment Ego Esports just rushed in and they managed to. What a nice attempt of flushing out Boom just now. It's being eliminated even though Boom got there first. But Ego Esports is really good when it comes to flushing out compounds. FaZe, on the other hand, are going to meet up with TEM Entertainment on this warehouse. We'll have Box Gaming on the other and Boom on the other end as well. Mormon spraying out. What a nice spray coming up from Mormon. Taking out Tony K and MR5 there. And now down to Lycan. And also one more teammate of FaZe. Really trying to help us. Not enough on Zen. My God, with Asso. Mormon, these guys just know what to do for TEM Entertainment.
A little bit of karma there for FaZe Clan. They eliminated the Vampires using nades, and now looks like TEM Entertainment is the one bringing it back to them. But now we move over to Buriram United. A long rotation for them. Now they're going up against Box Gaming. We got Tiger right at the forefront. Box Gaming, they're trying to reset themselves. My name for me is still steady. Kengzo is taking care of the other angle from afar. He's playing the Damroot role, basically, the support role.
Look at how crowded the southern side of the circle here. Buriram split it into 2-2 formation, and they both got the most of the circle. It's going to be 50% taken by Buriram only. But GIDS tried to take down on Box Gaming here, while Tiger tried to take down on Box Gaming as well. But they have to be careful. Bacon Time and NFT slowly creeping behind. TEM Entertainment slowly crushing it and bulldozing, moving forward. Even got themselves an airdrop. Those coming up from the southern part. This is hell for them. Look at how saturated it is. Then they're not even in the circle.
Oh man, a lot of teams on the outside of it. Buriram, good position like what you mentioned. Both of them splitting up, but then again, they got the circle together, so they are still in a very strong role. But then again, 5 more seconds on the clock, and all those teams on the outside will need to move. GIDS, one of them, that will go down to the most of NFT. GIDS spots out Sem9, wants to take away the point, but can't connect those shots.
Damroot now taking on DBD, who's only left with Yen for the current being. I'm not sure if there's anybody else. I don't think so. There's only Yen left. Geek Fam with 2. Sem9 with 2 as well. But GIDS, they bought again. Doing the same thing like he did last time. And Yen with the UMP trying to make wonders with that. But Damroot and also Snipes, they don't have time. The dudes are closing in. Yen finish out. But Geek Fam also having a bit of a problem. He don't have enough time to heal. Damroot, there's no one you want to use. And Geek Fam bow out with Empires closing their journey here. And also Sem9 home next. Running around. Ravenclaw finishing off with a spray. That's a feast for the Vampires. Sucking the blood out for 2 teams down there.
They are out for blood. The Vampires, they still the high ground against the Eagles. Trying to take this elimination point away. So it's going to be Chua being eliminated next, given towards Vampires. Now they want to get a second one. The spray coming in now from Stone. Almost got it. On to the last member of the Eagles. Shot's going to come in from another angle. There's nowhere for him to run. F1, the last man standing, one nade for shots to rule them all.
Oh, it's not going to connect. Yeah, but maybe it will because it's a high toss. Blues are coming in.
There you
That's
go.
it. That's it. One more team. Vampires out of nowhere. They just emerge and finish off bulldozing 3 teams in a row now with 5 eliminations. There's going to be Ego Esports plays at, 10 place. But we have 2 teams down. And instantaneously, same goes for 4 rivals, down to 8 teams here. Sam9 try to finish off Tiger, and there you go, Putra managed to secure the elimination. But the Vampires, they should be watched out by these teams right now because they're being such a well-turned party coming in at the perfect time.
Buriram United, despite them having the circle, only left with 2 players. GIDS tapping it away on Sam9 on the Putra, the last man standing for his team. GIDS, they are still steady here with 3 members, but NFT, the moment they pick a solver, they're back as a full squad.
On the side, we're going to have Vampires try to finish off Buriram players. Slowly, Stone try to push forward. Sam9, they still have 1 player, hoping they will not be demolished by the side of Vampires there. Who's trying to force them out? There goes Ravenclaw cooking on the name.
Nice
one. Almost a Kobe. 30% health. And he's really low right now. Same goes for Sky. He's just really hoping that nobody actually spotted him out. He's going to take a fight against GDG. They're challenging them to a fight. 7-9 eliminated by the side of Vampires again. And the circle shifted. And the Vampires are in it with Buriram barely make it in.
Oh, Buriram, they do not have the circle no more. So as with the long range of the TEM Entertainment, no moment will be shot at, down to 60% health. Sowas is still alive together with Bensu. They're playing by the edge of the circle, but the zone will still pressure them. Now the zone is starting to close. The nade will be caught out by Sowas, tossing out to TEM Entertainment, but a little bit too far, will knock it down at the moment.
And after in the center, Bacon Time take it on Mormon. Oh no, Bacon Time Ice is last member as well. Too much at jeopardy. Bensu finish it off, and it's going to be TEM Entertainment eliminated next. GIDS moving forward. Box Gaming spotted them out. Vampires trying to take on Ramones and NFT and Ice in between, but GIDS will be shot from afar. Coming up from the side of Buriram as well. And Sky only finished it off straight away. It's going to be backstabbing. Sky coming up and just eliminated 1 team just now. GIDS down to 1 team. Daybot in the center, but Buriram playing it smart this time.
And Sky only will need to reset quickly. Yes, he managed to do so. Daybot just trying to spray onto Daybot. Daybot exposes himself, but now the Daybot doesn't have a vehicle. The vehicle will be exploded by Sky only. Sky only prepping out the nade. He knows exactly where Daybot is at. The nade will be tossed onto the other side. Daybot, will he be able to evade it? Daybot will take the hit from the nade, down to 50% health, but on the southern side we have NFT still a full squad.
NFT got burned just now with a lot of Molotov toss over by Bacon Time Ice, but Vampires take it on Batman. Vampires still going and finish off the last member of Bacon. The Vampires are reigning kings here. They are monsters, taking fight by fight with 7 elimination. Maybe just gonna get this chicken with a nice angle of nade just now. Take it on towards the box. Vampires get it on Ramones. That was a perfect angle, but the flick, he going towards the left side, just so casual. These guys, they're just not stopping. Vampires keep on going.
Exactly, there's nothing stopping the Vampire at this moment despite his daytime. 1v1 Daybot! Where's the 1v1 fight? Kingzo, moving pressure for the blue. Now he gets the buggy trying to get away. Ravenclaw 4-4, gets another 1 for himself on the Box Gaming.
And also now 1 more team out. It's going to be Box here down to 4. NFT with 1 man. GIDS and Buriram with 1 man. The Vampires, they will close the match with double-digit elimination. While Ramones will be actually revived by Buffel with Micro and Uzi in their hands. And now slowly, they don't have space for NFT. No room to go, no exit. Unless it's coming up from the back line, which is Stone more and ready to take the fight here. Stone approaching slowly, trying to go in a zigzag manner. There goes, they found out Buffel. Ramon stuck in the corner here. Stone take a bit of a hit off the blue side. And it's going to be Ramone's. No way NFT can survive this anymore.
There's no way. We're talking about the 7th circle. The moment it closes, it's just Vampires wanting those points in the bag. And there's going to be 12 eliminations now for the Vampires. They just want the points. There's no way the NFT could have survived anyway. So nice again. Again, it's going to be Thailand, either Buriram United or the Vampires. If Vampires gets it, it's going to be the 4th Thai team to get a chicken dinner. If Buriram gets it, it's going to be the 2nd time today. Stone onto Sky Only gets it, but Sky Only still survives.
Now Ravenclaw being spotted out. Straps Try to push him with Stone on the other end, try to get on Kenzo. Sky has got his eyes onto the side of Ravenclaw. Now this is going to be a bit problem for Kenzo. He don't have enough, and it's going to be 2v3 here. Kenzo and SLR spotted out Ravenclaw, but Strat spotted out who's cooking up the nade on the other side of Buriram. Kenzo's right in front, giving away his position. Stone trying to back up fire from the back. They got one, down to one more man only. It's going to be Sky. Sky only, and that's it. Vampires taking chicken. What a performance. That secures a double-digit eliminations as well. I have to say, what a game from the Vampires. Sort of a surge of energy. Suddenly they just keep on pushing forward.
Sawadika! Today has been the day of the ties. I mean, 2 more rounds to go. If the Thailand get all of them, I mean, it's easy job for a graphic designer. He only needs to change the logo, he remains the flag. But now Vampires going to be the 4th Thai team to get a chicken dinner. 2 more to go, and they would have completed their, well, so-called side mission.
I mean, like the entire objective of the day for the Thai teams is going to be the Thai teams getting all chickens for today. I'm not surprised. And Buriram, the team that we should look out for the day number 2 here. Because why? Day 1, they were quiet. Day 2, they got with the chicken dinner Sunhawk first. Second game, they managed to finish in the top 5. Third game, Mirama, they finished in the top 3. What can we expect from these teams? Way more than what they are right now. But FaZe, though, really close enough. They got themselves the last chicken dinner, but they couldn't make it. The circle was really a bizarre circle. It was just really one of the rarest circle that we actually seen.
Yeah, it is super duper rare. I believe that a lot of teams, like, they figure out as they go along, like, okay, well, how do we do? How do we go about? Where do we play? How do we, you know, navigate around the geography and all that? You can see that some of the teams that, okay, my theory is that why the reason a lot of teams are at the southern side is because, like, you don't know what's up there. So not many teams take that risk like Buriram United going straight up because it's an unknown land. Maybe Buriram United, they did the homework, but in general, that's why you see a lot of teams on the southern side because it's unknown there. They might not know how to play up there as compared to a little bit closer to La Cobera.
What's up there? Heaven.
Heaven.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never mind.
Okay.
Vampires, but truly magnificent performance coming from Vampires. No, I don't know, it feels like they're sort of having an adrenaline rush, right? I think it was Straps of Ravenclaw casually tossed over that nade towards NFT Ramon and just get back to the other team entirely, just flicking it over. Feels like so casual. And it was a Kobe nade as well. I mean, like, how can a player be so casual getting the eliminations there?
Well, if you're Vampires, then yeah. I guess it's...
They have superpowers?
Yeah, like they supercharged themselves. They can fly, they got X-ray vision, maybe super strength
Can
and all that.
vampires fly?
Depends which version.
Which version?
If you're talking about the ones that glow in the dark.
Oh, the glow in the light? Also,
Yeah,
there's
glow in
another
the light or glow in the dark. Yeah, that's not considered as a vampire, right? I
That's a
don't.
rhinestone.
Yeah, yeah, that's a limestone. Hey, but you know what?
What?
Our highest elimination so far is still 14.
It's like sort of a cap here. I don't know why. Nobody can actually went overboard than that. But it's still a good elimination. A lot of elimination. This is definitely going to push Vampires up to the first chart. Maybe even the top 5 there. And Buriram again. They got themselves quite a number today for Buriram. They got 17 points in this round only. And FT is, you know what? The one that we saw rising up today is going to be Box and TEM Entertainment. And the others are like somewhere always the same spot. Well, we do know they have what it takes to be up there. But it's going to be the usual, the average we've seen before, 700 to 600 damage dished out by one player, taking around 5 to 8 eliminations usually, still in the same bracket here.
Yeah, I would say the damage dished out has the highest weightage. That's why I noticed. Count towards the MVP points. So 6 eliminations going to be in the bag for Stone himself, 30% team contribution. Longest elimination distance is 162, and right now it's going to be 5.0 MVP point, which is slightly lower than the average data, but it's still about there.
Oh, we did mention about how they pushed themselves up for Vampires. Definitely they are #1 spot with less than 10 points difference. And after also saw with a couple of teams up there, and they are placing them #2 at 77. FaZe got themselves at third place with 74, but definitely top 4 here got themselves all chicken into, including Alter Ego at 63 points, number 4. GIDS, well, surprisingly, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 don't have chicken, but they're still in the top 10. And Infinity being pushed down quite a lot here, down to the 10th place, but the one that's not moving, not budging, 16 to 20th place, I'm not feeling so great for them right now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's tough for them. A lot of teams on page 2 is struggling at this moment, and they're struggling at the stage where it feels like whatever they do, it doesn't work out for them. Now, Yoodo Alliance, they used to feel the page 1, but now they dropped down to page 2, number 13, 49 points. SLD as well. Yesterday they were hot, but today they're kind of cold, so they dropped themselves up down to page 2. But a lot of the Thai teams, it used to be like 3 out of 6 in page 1 before this. Now it's 5 out of 6.
I'm waiting for another one to go in.
Only Buriram left. And even then,
Buriram
he's like
is still
just on
there.
by the edge. He's by the edge. He's at page 2.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not surprised he can squeeze in last minute. He's been performing. They've been performing so well today.
Correct, that's the point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I think the next game possibly they're on the first page already, honestly speaking.
Are they playing? We need to double check that.
Yeah, we'll double check first.
Fact check.
So it's going to be next one, A, B, C, D. They're playing.
A, B, C, D. They're playing. Okay, yeah, there you go.
You know what? I have a feeling maybe next one is going to be TEM Entertainment getting that chicken dinner because they're always almost so close, just like how Vampires did the past few games.
You know what? At this point, I want to see like all Thai teams getting the chicken
I want to
dinner.
see that too.
Yeah, just to be like, you know, then we'll see a story from Zephyr, like, yay,
It's going to be Thai today.
you know.
We're going to end up
yeah.
eating chicken dinners with tom yum spiced chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Yeah,
for dinner
tom yum
today.
flavored chicken.
Yeah, but back to the game just now. You know what? Box gaming, we see an improvement today. They are really coming. I mean, like firepower-wise, technicality, and all individual skills, all of them are to par. It's all down to teamwork and communication, whoever gets the information first. Buffel was quite in the open alone just now. He was moving as a front line, while the rest of the team coming in late. But lucky enough, they're not being bombarded by all the teams here because they're too focused on towards fighting Buriram, who just happens to be there, happened to be coming in with a vehicle, so it attracted all the attention to all the other teams. But here, NFT kind of hard for them because they have compound, but the Vampires definitely have the best point ever. Bots gaming, if they got themselves in the high ground, you might actually can shoot Vampire from that way.
Yeah, that's right. But then again, I think because they came from the southern side, like really from the south, so the last we saw there were like too many teams, so it's a little bit tough for them to get onto the high ground. And
NFT though, if only the circle favors them, it's a different story.
yeah, it is. It will be. It will be. But then again, that is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta like adapt to the circle. At the end of the day, so pro players, this is going to be the mindset, right? So
Yeah.
pro players, their mindset is that they cannot depend on the circle to be up to them, and they cannot like they're gonna complain when the circle goes away.
I would complain just now. You only got one corner. That's the corner of your holy grail. Hoping that it won't close as fast. You don't have windows. You don't have anything.
Right.
And the best part is Vampires. I think, who was it that actually pushed out into the blue zone just to finish them off?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's from a viewer's perspective.
Yeah.
Definitely, you were like, oh yeah, why my favorite team doesn't get it? But as a player's perspective, like the mentality has to be
They
like,
have to.
you cannot complain about it because that will like pull you down in terms of the mental strength. But let's check out the team summary. Well, today's just going to be the Thailand's days.
You know, I don't bother about the flags anymore. You're just gonna bother about the logos here. Vampire Esports with Buriram. Vampires, you know what? They've been bulldozing a lot of teams from behind. Even though just now we got Ego Esports try to butt in the last minute where they kind of backstabbing Vampires, but they couldn't survive as long as they want to be. The damage dish out, which is quite a lot, 2.5k out there, but they don't venture themselves too much in the blue zone if you compare it to Buriram, because Buriram coming up from the northern side, so they're taking a longer rotation, they're taking a fight against a lot of teams up there, but also not as much as the Vampires. But for next one, this is where the Indonesians excel best yesterday.
Yeah, Erangel, yes, record-wise, they did very well. NFT, as you can see here, is one of the top teams in this round. Alter Ego as well. So out of the 4 that we can see teams to focus, we have 2 Indonesian teams, 1 Thai team, and 7-9. Now, if I were to put out the theory of like, if it was the Thai team day, like if everyone gets
TEM,
together, TEM Entertainment, they have a record inside Erangel, so it favors them.
I don't know what my prediction next. I hope my manager actually put in as TEM Entertainment. If everything is wrong by him today, I'm not going to let him to do any predictions anymore. But it's going to be Group A,
No,
B,
you will.
C, and D. Yeah, that's kind of true. Group E won't be playing Geek Fam, Boom, Bacon Time, and SLD. Now, SLD, this is a bummer actually. They're really good today when it comes to their performance. I am loving them today, but I don't know how the break will actually, you know, help them in this sort. Hopefully they're kind of still having their morale up. But from Group A, B, C, D, Erangel, now we have to keep our eyes on to it. LT Ego, Boom, even NFT here.
Honestly, I love SLD better yesterday.
Oh wow, I love it today.
Okay, well,
yesterday, yeah, they got chicken, right?
Yeah, and today they're like they slid down to second page. So
yeah,
unless you're saying that you love them because their effort they try, but it just didn't work out for them, then that's okay.
I can see what I'm loving them today is because they forced a lot of fights, but it's just that they couldn't secure the eliminations. They always got knocked down and kind of being finished off. That's the case mostly for them. But what's more for you guys watching at home, don't forget we have the collaboration with the local animation series, which is going to be Bye Bye Bye, coming in a couple of days more, which is going to be in October 2022. What can you think of Bobo Boy? If it's collaboration, what can we actually think of? I
think it's going to be a bag, because I saw the teaser at the PUBG Mobile social media. It looks like a bag design.
How cute is it?
Like me.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Too cute then.
Now you know.
Yeah. And also today's not Wednesday anymore.
Oh, too bad. We still have next Wednesday though.
Yeah.
Because it's happening until
31st. October.
31st, yeah.
For the FaZe Day of Rabu Padu every Wednesday. If you guys missed yesterday, it's okay. There's always next week. Don't forget to rank up with your point and hashtag way Rabu Padu Menang Selalu. If you're not Malay, it's okay. Just type it out.
Yeah. Just copy paste.
Just copy paste it.
Yeah. And you never know, right? You probably get featured in one of our PUBG Mobile TikToks or whatever, right? So you never know. Try it out and be the next, future TikToker. Thank you to our official license partner TikTok.
Future TikToker.
Yeah, future TikToker.
It's a thing now.
Yeah.
Be the influencer, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, go for it.
Fame. Back towards the next match, which is going to be back to Erangel. Now, I don't know. Deep down, I do want to see for once. They're looking at the Thai teams getting all the flags up there. But
Yeah,
I have a feeling it's going to be a tough one because Erangel we saw yesterday, the Thais are still there. TEM Entertainment is still there. But, I don't know.
Just being reserved first, right?
Yeah, I don't want to
happen.
get my hopes too high.
Or maybe the caster's curse. You don't want to put
The moment we...
Yeah, you don't want to jinx it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's cool to get to see that, but you don't want to jinx it at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now I feel like we won't be looking at that anymore. I have a feeling the moment we mention it, it's not going to happen.
Okay, TEM Entertainment, just to reconfirm, right? They're playing this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one that's not playing is
Right.
going to be Group E.
E. So the only Thai team inside Group E is Bacon Time. Okay.
That's it. Boom is not playing.
Yeah. So that means TOD Aluminium. So this is TEM Entertainment. Bacon Time will be the last round. And then we get all five Thais.
Everybody gets something for Thais.
Like,
oh my god.
You get a chicken, you get a chicken. You're not from Thailand, you don't get a chicken.
You're not Thailand? No chicken today,
Yeah.
guys. But still, it's really cool. But at the same time, I'm a bit skeptical about this because of the Indonesians really know when it comes to playing around the corner of Erangel. But today's circle have been really hectic. We're talking about the circle by far, starting from PMRC, right? The circle has been really wonky. I mean, like, it's landed up in no man's land and nobody actually have that pattern before. It's like a new generated pattern entirely for this season.
And that's great, right?
Yeah.
That's great, right? Of course, who does the algorithm behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure they won't tell us, but, our circle changed. You just need to notice it. And the one thing I really noticed about the circle, and it has been a few seasons already, it's we don't have the water circle anymore. Yeah.
I just want to see Sonovs coming to base, that's it.
Well, yeah, military base is still there, but a water circle, like the one where everyone just need to swim.
There's
in
no.
the final circle.
There's nothing can be done with that anymore, right? I mean, like, there's never gonna happen anymore.
I wouldn't say never. I learned to never say never, but I would say that we haven't seen it before after a certain point. So I have a feeling that the algorithm has changed.
Yeah.
It's just that obviously they won't tell us. If not, that's not going to be the point. So yeah, so that's one of the things that
The last time
really
you saw
changed.
that was season 2.
Yeah, thereabouts.
That's it.
Thereabouts. At most you see a bridge, but it's pure water, no more.
Yeah, I mean, like that's insane if that really happens, but that's never gonna happen. In the end of the day, it's still gonna attract it to a bit of a land. We've seen a sort of the shoreline and the water still. We've seen that a couple of times, but I do want to see, is it not in the circle generator where it can actually land it up so it's coming to the base? We never see once for a long time.
I mean, if
The one that we're not casting?
probably. I mean, if they really remove, like, if they make an exception for like the military base island, I don't know. That's really iffy for me. I do still think that there's a possibility there, but maybe the possibility is spread out between different areas. That's why we saw like a very high circle yesterday as well. It is still there, but it's just like even up the odds with other areas.
I don't know, recently there's a lot of northern circle, if you noticed, right? Like example, even yesterday's matches, a lot of Jogo Pool, around Rosshawk, maybe even a lot of them on the northern side all the way. Like even Zaki possibility is there. And even in terms of Miramar, there's a lot of like just now Creative Field, La Cabrera, and Sunhawk not so much. Sunhawk is more towards the middle of the map. So Sunhawk is like Sunhawk. But when it comes to Miramar and Erangel, there's so much northern circle these days. I'm not surprised if more players and teams try to drop themselves in the northern part.
First, I think it depends on the flight path.
Yeah. Definitely.
Second, I think it depends on whether they get to access their regular dot spot, so-called regular dot spot. So those are kind of the factors. Whether they really want to force themselves to put themselves up there from the start, that's normally not the case. But let's see what do we get for next round.
Why?
So, both Vietnamese teams.
I mean, like, why did my manager put this A for me? What's wrong with him?
Well, at least Box Gaming is...
Box Gaming is okay. I'm like, what's wrong with you, Mr. Manager? Why are you doing this to me?
He has the Paburu mindset. Being a prank.
Okay, but this is not so bad for predictions as well. It's more towards routing, not prediction anymore.
Yeah, this has been the routing logo since last season, right?
This is the routing that's like giving your morale and motivation.
Like, yeah, guys. Yay.
We are your motivators for the day.
Let's do it.
Oh my god. But back about aside of the Vietnam team, like Box Gaming and also, who was it again? That won, Ego Esports has been performing quite okay. And then, especially Ego Esports, I'm surprised how much they progress if you compare with the last season and this season.
Yeah, it's an improvement, no doubt.
Yeah.
I do think that they, despite them, like, they have OG players, right? They have like Chua in it and so on, with a mix of some new players. Yet they are still able to keep up. Unlike Box Gaming, is like the other way around. Like Box Gaming is like, still the same theory, right? You have some OG players, you got some new players, but they're not really as keeping up. In fact, you ask me right now, within the Vietnamese scene, Box Gaming and Eagles to me is clearly the better team for now.
Yeah, definitely true. VN United and the Xaviers, VN United is a better team right now. Honestly speaking, this is like honest coming out from us casters. But I'm looking if they can prove us otherwise. Are they just really playing it low profile not to show off their trump card, or will they actually improve along the process? Because this is the pro advantage of the league. You have time to build yourself throughout the process.
Yeah, so I mean it is 3 weeks, right? And there's so many games to play, so there's opportunity for them. But they need to start their opportunity quickly as we head on to our Erangel for today.
Let's go with Erangel, and it's gonna be our 4th match. We're down to only 2 more matches here. Wow.
Yeah,
how time flies.
Ooh.
Very.
He said the same line.
Oh wow.
Time
Thanks. I missed this interview.
I met him recently, you know.
You did?
Yeah.
If you guys don't know who we're talking about, it's going to be Team Hot Damn Cutie, by the way.
Yeah, I met him recently, and he said there will be interesting movements
What do you
within the team. I just gonna put it out there right now, just to tease a little bit, but do keep an eye on gossips in PUBG Mobile.
Oh well, drama in PUBG Mobile is the best. Especially in certain groups. I mean, like, And the flight path going on the southern part again, mostly. So are we looking over the northern circle once more? Because coming up from the side of Gatka Mountain towards Nova Ravnoye, I have a feeling a lot of teams want to park themselves. This is going to be the usual drop spot. It's going to be FaZe into Jogopur, but I'm not sure if anybody tried to take a north Jogopur, because some teams actually did that yesterday, and one of it is GIDS. But are they playing? Yeah, they are playing.
But it looks like there's a change there.
Yeah.
And some teams are really just like changing it up, just like trying to adapt. We can see NFT just next to another team. My goodness, the Eagles are there, and it's gonna be the Eagles flying down to catch a prey. Drone will be the first one to go out.
And Ego Esports on top of Ruin, trying to finish off, I think, NFT players again, who I think was trying to go up to maybe shooting range or something, because they tried to find vehicles as fast as they can, but got caught in the process to its side of Ego Esports. I'm loving Ego Esports. There's quite a number of it.
I do.
But for TEM Entertainment now, is this their game? Now that's a big question.
Thailand for the win. Let's go. Might as well.
No.
And Sam9's not ready at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Oh, that's a splat. Oh.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Moment of silence.
Moment of silence for Sam9. Yeah.
He just landed.
Yeah.
Literally.
He's innocent.
But at least they're still not holding the record of 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Ooh. I feel the burn there. I feel the burn.
DBD.
I feel the burn.
I'm going to write it down. Just saying. DBD shortest living hour.
Okay. But it could be the Oman Parang's playing this time, so he's replacing Dips.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's like the Erangel specialist, so to speak. Or the second half specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, not many teams doing this these days. I mean, like, when during the country finals or the country league for MYGPH, there's a lot. But Infinity Logan is alone here.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. What is happening for Infinity?
Logan alone. Get it?
GIDS is one of the team that's nomad. They don't have times.
Yeah. And this area is supposed to be the Infinity's area by default. But anyway, it is, of course, up for anyone to grab. Now, GIDS just choose to do that. Then they manage to get an elimination out of Logan. And if you manage to get elimination out of the Infinity, it's big. I mean, every single one of them is like a full squad. So now you take out one squad.
So it's still 3 squad to go. So I mean, like, well, you guys watching at home, again, this is for you, PMCC 2022. Gonna be last minute of registration open up to you guys, especially if you are a student and you're 16 years old and above, not 60, okay? 16.
I want to know who's 60 and playing.
I do want it. I wish they have a senior cup or senior championship. It would be really cool. Your limit of age is gonna be minimum 40 years old.
You know what, speaking about that, right?
Yeah.
Story time.
Yeah.
Okay, so today I saw on social media, so Kelvin Pang, you know him, right?
Yeah.
So
you even just, you tell the entire world their names now. What the heck, wow.
I mean, well, there's no way else for me to describe, right? So anyway,
okay.
So he posted up like, so he used to swim when he was younger, so he's not so young now. But anyway, he used to swim actively, like competitively, when he was younger, and he posted up this kind of like a poster, like there is this swimming competition for people who are 40 and above. There's a category for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says that maybe he should wear his swimming suits and get back into shape and go for it.
I mean, it should be. I mean, that's the beauty thing. Okay, that's a sport, a physical sport.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to esport, there's no age limit to it. Some of us are saying that I'm too old for this. There's no such thing as a word as too young for this. But definitely for certain other stuff, but not in gaming. Yeah, you know what I mean there. But at the same time, I mean, like, why people are putting restriction in esport? Because it's the game of brains. It's all about, is your brain rotting if you're that old? I mean, I don't think so. The brain's still going to work. And it actually makes more miracle than the new players because you are more wiser. You're supposed to be wiser.
I feel like my brain is rotting though. Yeah, I'm just going to stop there. Like, because
I'm not even going to back it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. It is. But actually, fun fact, you know, like one of the PMGCs, I forgot whether it's PMGC or PMWL.
Yeah.
So there was one of the teams from either MENA or EU. It's like that side, right? They had a player who is 30-ish, 35 or something. I forgot which player, but it was one of those. 35 or something, that age range, right? So he became the oldest player in the competitive scene at that time. And like what you said, right? It's impressive, right? Like you're that age, but you still, and he's not like the sub player that he doesn't play. He's like the main player. So it's kind of cool, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
supposed to be that way. I mean, like, okay, you guys saw the sliders just now in the stats, right? You guys can read. Well,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I can read it,
we're gonna keep this going. I mean, like, we're in the middle of something here. Sorry, guys. But you know, the best thing about esports, like gaming, is there's no limit to the age because it's not a physical sport that you need to push yourself. And that's a certain limit of humans' anatomy to work, you know. But in this case, for brains, I mean, like, the older you get, the wiser you're supposed to be. And the goal in your play should be, right? Yes, your reaction time is a bit slow, but you can outplay them, you can outsmart them.
I don't know, I feel my reaction time is very slow.
Reaction time is a different story. You can put a strategy like, oh, we can do this, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, something like, wow. Something, wow, you know?
You're so passionate about this topic. I can see that.
Yeah, because I'm too old for this.
I'm like chilling here, you know? like letting
my
you just go all
brain's not rotting,
out.
by the way.
Yeah, my brain's rotting. That's why I'm like,
Yeah,
if
you
only
can't
our
brain it.
viewers can see behind the scenes. You can see the difference. Like, we make sound the same, but, you know, the body language
What
goes.
do you mean we sound the same? I
mean-
sounded younger than you.
I mean, we sound the same as in, like, the level of enthusiasm, I hope. And that's what we're supposed to do. But the body language is, like, so different. Yeah. Check out
I
behind the
thought
scenes,
body
guys.
language and enthusiasm is supposed to be the same thing here.
Well, that's why I say sound enthusiastic.
Sound.
Sound
You
enthusiastic.
put a bracket to it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's why
Nice.
it matters, right?
Well played. Okay, we're back to the game, guys. Sorry for the sidetrack conversation for a
Yeah,
bit.
she got carried away.
Yeah, it was
She's so
fun.
passionate about the topic.
Yes, because I want to see more. Like, you know, imagine if your parents' team fight better than you in PUBG Mobile, and they can play PMPL and you can't. How do you feel about that, huh?
So we have a PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, and then we have a what would you
Senior
call
championship.
it? PUBG Mobile Senior Championship. Yeah, I like the name. I like the name. PMSC. Wow, thank you.
Yep, senior
Yeah,
championship.
I'll copyright that now.
Yes, please. PUBG Mobile,
Okay.
you can hear us,
If,
right?
yeah, if they happen to have that league or that tournament, we're getting the copyright rights.
Yeah.
PMSC, you know.
But at the same time, you know what? So you can't imagine, like, if we do have arguments and fights between the players of a certain misunderstanding, what happened if that happened between our parents? It's so funny.
Wow.
When old people, to see old people fight, it's like something that shouldn't be done in the first place, you know? Because it's supposed to be wiser. What happened if they go to a disagreement?
Everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back in the game. Box Aiming seems to have a bit of a mid and grid with other teams. There's going to be three-way war. Alter Ego is there, and these areas start to fire. But Box Gaming the one being the victim of the story because they've been center, left, and right. All of them being shot down. But Alter Ego taking a fight against Box Gaming with the DBS already in his hand. So I'll try to make a bit of a revenge. But Alter Ego slowly dropping like flies as well. Pombit trying to heal himself. We have Renora trying to get into the compound. Box Gaming losing Man, Trisman, and also one more player on the left side.
Whoa.
It's going to be Sowas knocked down first. Pombit tried to make a bit of a salvaging, a bit of a what can he have left, but the team that actually flew away. The Xaviers now busy with GIDS.
Oh, Lamborghini left, right, but Lamborghini finally goes down. But they even up the odds. Oh no, they bought the last man for GIDS now with the nade toss onto the other side. And now we have Xavier with Ravis. Is he the last man standing? No, he has Frankie together with him, so it's going to be 2v1. They bought. Can he pull off a clutch there? But Box Gaming looks like they're trading off with Alter Ego with Renare coming in from behind. They should be able to do the job. And Potato goes down. Box Gaming is still alive.
Trismet is right in front of him.
Trismet. To the right, man.
Trismet still not looking over the wall here.
Right.
Renare, now Trismet start to move with the slot L. He cancelled it out. He's not sure whether to revive or whether to shoot. He's got him out. Renare! Oh! That's going to be the last of Box Gaming into a box just now. With also Alter Ego survive these Xaviers. Slowly finish off GIDS as well, but we have one more team coming in. There's no reset time. Infinity start to go loose. Infinity shot down here GIDS, and this is really going to be a fish eat fish world.
Oh yeah, the Infinity. We saw them yesterday. The moment they know that the fight ended, they want to go in. They want to get those elimination points before their opponents can reset. And now the Xavier, they managed to reset in time, so that's kind of okay for them. Imagine if the Infinity just rush in while they're still like healing up, while they're trying to revive. I mean, it's going to be disastrous for the Xavier, but the Xavier managed to reset in time to defend the ground.
Now, going over to Vampires versus 4 Rivals. They definitely spotted a fluke because of the smoke here. But for 4 Rivals around Primos right now, they try to play around the shoreline. Is it because of a circle just now? We will know even furthermore when the circle shrinks in the third phase later on in less than 15 seconds. April just going to shot from afar with a tap towards the side of Fluke. I'm not sure if the car smoked up yet or not, but definitely they don't want to give away their position because next to them is going to be DBD. And it's just left side to the side of 4 Rivals in less than 300 meters away, and they shouldn't reveal themselves too much here.
The Eagles, the only team tanking out the blue for now. Now, Buriram United is coming in a little bit slower. Seems to be their play style. They like to come in a little bit slower, a little bit later, just evading teams at the start of the round. But they immediately get themselves onto a very interesting position. This is going to be around the areas of Quarry, and they're the only team there. If the circle happens to favor them, they will be in a very nice role.
On top of Fair Alter Ego seems like tailing around Vampires. I have a feeling Vampire will jump down from their vehicles, try to force a fight against Alter Ego because that's what they have been doing for the side of Vampires. They force a fight every single time. Now that's going to be extra careful for Alter Ego because it's going to be DBD on the other end. And also the Xaviers just parked themselves on the outskirts too. Now, a lot of teams on top of Quarry, Primos, and Ferropier. This triangle is going to be a hot spot for now. Just shows that circle feels like right on top of this area. Alter Ego trying to pin down anybody who actually move and just passing by. Infinity might actually jump into the fight here if they had a couple of gunshots open up.
Yeah, they're very aware of the elimination feed. I can see that. The moment they see it stop, they kind of have an idea of like, okay, the fight's over, plus hearing the sounds and all that, so you kind of get a mixture, and that's how they decide whether to move in or not. They also count their seconds to know that, okay, are we too late? How many seconds does it take to revive? How many seconds does it take to reset each and every one? And then that's how they decide, like, okay, we will pull back, we'll hang on, just like what exactly they did during the Xavier thingy. But speaking about Xaviers, it looks like it's going to be the Vampires from afar to Xavier, and one of them goes down, but Ponbe is the one to steal the elimination point away.
Yep, Alter Ego with dominated right now with 5 eliminations. BN United happens to pop just next to Vampire. Oh no, the timing. Now Vampires definitely will shift over their attention towards their right-hand side. On top of Primos, we have a whole team of VN United in the open space. Now, like you know, they have to take the compound right in front of them because in this area right now, it's not so great for them to actually play with. Yes, they have a couple of barricades, and also the terrain is a bit slopey, but it's just too open. It's just too risky for BN United.
Yeah, it's tough for BN United at this moment. They're taking a little bit of a risk to just dash through this beach. This beach is really, really open, so they need to pray that they don't get shot down. Now, there's another team on the northern side, and it's going to be Alter Ego, but they're not going to pull the trigger yet. But on the other side, BN United will need to face off against D Xavier on the high ground.
Again, a quarry circle. This is the second time we've actually witnessed on top of Erangel. Sem9 getting the center, coming up from the north. Ego Esports, but Yoodo Alliance getting themselves a huge upgrade when it comes to the airdrop. NFT and 4 rivals feels like they might exchange a couple of bullets, but the next circle will be taken by Buriram, Infinity and FaZe. Now, we're not surprised, aren't we? When it comes to the circle, the Thailands really know how to predict it.
Well, I'm not surprised on the positions that the teams like to take, like Buriram United. They went on to Quarry and they're the only team there. And in case the circle goes there, it's going to be hard to challenge them because of how that terrain is. It's tough to actually get into Quarry if there's another team guarding it. So they took that right move, and at the same time, the circle happened to favor them. So they're in a great position right now. But let's not forget about the Infinity as well. They have the second half of Quarry. Quarry is big enough to at least have 2 teams without challenging each other.
That's true. SM9 trying to hike up with Lord Harm already on his knees. Vintori will try to finish off. Tony Gay just gonna finish off Harm easily. Vintori feels like a Kobe. This is gonna be it. The angle sounds perfect, but clip both of them a bit more. Mumparent's a bit more in the pain side. Appy taking on TEM Entertainment. Nonsense on the ground. But we're looking over 4 rivals versus TEM Entertainment. They're losing 2 men here, with Bevy still bleeding out, but finish off the side of 4 rivals. Now, a lot of them happened to clash and rushed in their compound. But we're looking over TEM Entertainment, only 2 men work with. I don't see how they can actually get this one, but Vampires is a different story entirely. BN United will be the next contender.
Clash and Rush becomes Clutch. Yeah, I got that. It's not too bad, actually.
Yeah,
it's close to a clutch. But speaking about clutch, could it be a clutch for the Vampires against BN United? BN United, they're opening up, but they can't find a good angle to the Vampires. Fluke have now been shot at. Zunos still alive to the nade onto Zunos. There's an early nade from Zunos, in fact. But that's a molly taking off Lukev, and now Shrubs needs to get away. There could be an opening for BN United onto the Vampires.
So down to Shrubs' hand grenade here. Stone coming up from a bit of a long shot. Tried to get on the high ground, but the nades didn't actually clip too much. Max taking on Flukev. And it's going to be with M416. Spotted out Stone. Stone will be figured out here. Not great. He tried to stop Capone, but at the same time, Stone in danger. He needs to get away, and the explosion didn't hit him that much. But Max making sure the pixel shot will get him eventually. Sharps taking on Shunos. Now down to only 1 person for BN United. It's not great because even the circle shrinks even further. Max running away from W have to bear out on Shunos. Now the moment he just built this one out, he'll be shot down by the rest of the teams coming up from Vampire. The moment we mentioned, it's going to be Capone again, trying to seal the living situation for the team, but that's it. BN United decimated in the hands of Vampire.
Yeah, they had the circle advantage with the high ground, so they know how to gatekeep BN United. BN United had to pay the price for trying to take the fight against the Vampires on the outside of the circle. Now we move over to the Eagles. Yoodo Alliance right in front of them, playing by the edge of the circle. 20 more seconds before the circle fully closes and will be revealed the 5th place of the circle.
Now, the circle will shift again. Now, whoever will be favored is going to be really in a blasting mode. Alter Ego, Infinity having a go, while Buriram in the center are not going to do that much yet because they want to hold their ground first. TEM Entertainment is still taking a fight against Vampires, who just rushing in. It's going to be Buriram taking the circle. TEM Entertainment in the center. Vampires squeezing in but being knocked down. One of them being finished off. Sem9 pushing in as well as FaZe and Xavier's. DBD on top of Quarry. There's 4 teams coming up from the southern part, and it's really a crowded one. Alter Ego tossing around the nade, hoping to actually pick up their main point. Funny, it's faster than that.
Oh, the Infinity, the moment they rush it, you got to be careful. The last man standing for Alter Ego will be eliminated. That means they're out at 11th place. The Infinity, 5 eliminations for them. They are dominating together with NFT Esports.
Infinity start to move forward with only 3 men here. They don't have Logan at start. DBD, Echo is quite separated than the others. He's going to cook up a couple of nades, trying to force the players out. That's going to be for, I think it's a different team intelligence. Now, Yoodo Alliance have to go through, cut across Ego Esports to get into the safe zone. But can they make it unharmed? Because they're like 4 teams of eyes watching out. Buriram won't be one of it. Yoodo Alliance taking on Ego Esports. Trust on the ground here. But Ripple Boy, the IGL going way further than the rest of the teams are.
My name now gets one for himself onto Ripple Boy, the IGL for Yoodo Alliance. The good news is that they're currently in the circle, but the long range coming in from My Name onto Adeluk knocked down from afar. Buriram United still securing this area.
Buriram United Fortress is just so undefeatable right now. One of the best prime spot. A vintage view. They got a wide, clear angle to work with. The one that actually will be a hindrance for them. The one actually at the back line. It's going to be the side of, I think, maybe TEM Entertainment around behind them somewhere. But back to the side of 4 Rivals. April try to get out from here, but Ego Esports making sure they cannot even leave this compound. They're being cornered left, right, and center. TEM Entertainment, on the other hand, 4 Rivals cornered. It's going to be exchange of bullet, and there's going to be one nade. Chua dropping on top of April. Now that's left, it's going to be AP. They're going to go for the flush. Ego Esports trying to find for the last person off. 4 Rivals. AP, he revealed himself. He knocked out on Chua. He tried to trade, but it's a bit too late. 4 Rivals bowing out at 10th place.
And TEM Entertainment is looking in from the other side of this building. But TEM Entertainment as a duo going up against the Eagles as a full squad is not a good idea for them. TEM Entertainment, however, they need to do something. They'll be the gatekeepers right now against the Eagles, depending on what the circle goes after this. At the same time, we can see that My Name goes down to Shamil from Yoodo Alliance. A little bit of a revenge there for his IGL.
We still have Infinity on the other hand. Vintorius and the rest of FaZe is on the other. The one that actually untouchable right now is going to be Buriram. The one that can contest them for their spot right now is going to be Infinity right across them. Eagle Esports got a huge upgrade of loot with a lot of death boxes just now coming out from 4 Rivals. But I want to step out. It's going to be another war going on. Buriram versus Yoodo Alliance next. There's also Infinity in between. Yoodo Alliance cannot even hike up because Eagle Esports now shooting them from behind. Left, right, center. There's a lot of bullet for Yoodo Alliance. D Xavier is still in the game as well.
FaZe Clan and DBD. Tony K at the forefront. He will lead the charge for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan. We got one player right in front. And that's going to be Tony K. Can he finish out the job? The jump shot from Tony K. Lamborghini from behind. D Xavier wants to take advantage from this, but then he revealed himself. Tony K knows exactly where Lamborghini is. And Tony K has the high ground advantage. 2v1, and D Xavier is out.
Last player finally down, but this is one of the best performances coming from D Xavier's. Lamborghini last player just now. FaZe have to cut across Infinity and also TEM Entertainment to be in the center here. NFT is still there. Infinity Miller already on the ground. We're only Tani also down. Nusa last player, but TEM Entertainment Moment. That's a huge nade dropping out towards the Eagle side and down to last person. Moment trying to find on Chua. He couldn't spot him out within the smoke. He's moving forward. It's just next to him. Moment missed it. Moment whipped it. Moment found it. Moment got one. Moment.
No! Oh, Moment goes in and gets this Moment with an 8, with a DBS. TEM Entertainment is dominating.
And back to the game, we got only left with 5 teams. Infinity eliminated just now. Buriram, TEM Entertainment. Buriram again in the top 5 here. What a consistency. With 3 tied teams left remaining with FaZe and TEM Entertainment as well. Yoodo Alliance making up for the Malaysians. And we have Indonesian and NFT remain with 2 players. With Vector trying to scope up to the side of FaZe. MR5 on the run with the rest of them with hop onto the vehicle. It's going to be Tony K making a way first, but shot down straight. Oh, not through. Why did he stop there?
Out in the open. I guess he was caught by Buriram United on the other side. FaZe Clan, however, needs to find their way through. But now we are SO Zave trying to stay compound together with NFT. And the smoke being tossed out on the right side just to buy time for his side. At the same time, we can see that Tony K goes down. Moment is still alive. 3 teams in the same compound.
Moment, this guy. What a wonderful play just now with the DBS. Now definitely try to play as quiet as possible. Try to fish them out with a cloud of smoke to confuse the players of NFT, but they will not be easily baited. Buriram start to move against FaZe. They're taking their own sweet time to fight the teams here. Buriram slowly crushing from behind. They are bulldozing players again bit by bit. Moment and Exos is just fighting against NFT, while FaZe Sky were actually trying to find MR5. He spotted him out. He will go for the hunt. He's chasing him down, but Sky couldn't spot him because of the slope. It's too steep. He spotted MR5. MR5 clear shot. That's gonna be it. FaZe no more. We're down to 4.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go at this moment, but now focusing on the teams on the outside of the circle at this time. We have Buriram United, the only team in the circle. Not only that, they have the high ground advantage. They're overlooking like 2 teams. They know exactly there's a commotion happening at the crowd, at the house just below them where NFT and TEM Entertainment is at. And so Zip, with the spray coming in from the bicep, will not connect his shots, but the nade will be evaded by SOZ at the same time. Down to 50% health, remote to get to resolve well. Still like them, the zone is starting to put pressure onto these 2 teams.
Oh no, NFT caught again in the corner. This is what happened the last game as well. The blue zone, not much space to go and work with Ramon. Managed to climb himself out of the place. He needs to get out, exit entirely, and they will be caught down. Sky again! Sky is everywhere! They are underneath the sky's view for these guys. TEM Entertainment, Moment survive. Shot down another one. Sky, what the heck is wrong with this? This is like Buriram's games all the way. Tiger finished off instead of TEM Entertainment, but Yoodo Alliance Olio just gonna steal this away. Buriram, they realize my name slowly closing in to the side of Olio, but the rest of Buriram definitely gives away this information. Yoodo Alliance will be the next target here coming up from Buriram.
At this point, Buriram just need to chill. They just need to wait for opponents to reveal themselves. Tiger is going in for Olio. 1v1, 50% health left. Moment secures the elimination point out of my name. But Tiger is just behind Olio. But Moment will go out first. He's going to be in 3rd place for TEM Entertainment. And Yoodo Alliance, wait a second, Olio. But no, it's not going to happen. As Buriram United secures another chicken dinner for Team Thailand.
It's double chicken for Buriram today, the 1st and the 4th match. What a day and what a performance. We're talking about Buriram, Sky especially, getting himself such a good view every single time. And also they have been constantly getting the top 5. And what a hectic circle just now. A lot of teams unguarded and just been taken down one by one, fallen off the chart. But I have to say, it has been a tie day and might be closing with another tie teams.
Yeah, I know the long break conversation we talked about, like, oh, okay, could it be Thai teams all the way?
Yes.
It looks like it is going towards there. I mean, okay, Bacon Thai is going to play in the next round, the final round.
Call me your oracle now. I'm your oracle.
You're the oracle.
Yes.
Yes.
So I dress like this today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're the oracle.
A rapper oracle.
Yeah, it suits. Okay, if Thailand gets the final one.
Okay, who will be next playing, okay?
Let's give it to Bacon Time, might as well.
Who's not playing next one? We have to actually figure out who's not playing.
So,
it's gonna be
D. So D, GD, GIDS, DBD, box game, Vampire's not playing.
So Vampire's definitely out. But I don't know, is it gonna be Infinity maybe because they haven't performed the entire day? Maybe they suddenly try to jump start like in the last minute.
I thought might as well give it to Bacon Time, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Bacon never gets chicken. Hardly get any. I mean, like, they're always so close.
Yeah.
They're always so close. But not within reach. But here comes the highlight again. You know what? Vampires really performed today. Now, they're not going to play the last game. And definitely they rest themselves in one of the top spots. We're talking about them number 1 before. But after the last match later, I'm not sure if they're still going to maintain number 1 or not.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell at this moment because some teams are playing, some teams are not playing. So we need to wait and see. And the points are very, very close too. But that DBS play for Moment, that was amazing. He almost like kind of missed it. But our view, yes, we know that they're there. But as a player, like the smoke is extra for them. So I kind of understand what's happening there. But then opening in from Moment and he moves in with the DBS, that was perfect.
For NFT, I feel bad for them 2 times in a row. They got caught in the blue zone where they've been cornered out. They don't have much space unless they just tank themselves in the blue to get out from there.
Yeah.
But NFT have been really consistent in the whole day. I'm like, every single time you see a top 5 finishing, they're always there.
Just look at the amount of smokes used, 31 smokes for NFT.
They got stuck still in the corner.
Yeah, I know. It's the same scenario like the Miramar one.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
But the other teams, I have to say, like, Buriram, right? Buriram and Vampire, they have a sort of a same sort of approach, if you notice. Like, they've been quiet for a bit, and then suddenly in last few circles, they just keep on bulldozing people from behind, out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're a team that likes to, what I noticed right now is that they're a team that likes to play a little bit later, and whoever who's in front of them, like what you say, just bulldoze across. And despite the bulldozing, right, our record is still 14 as the highest amount of eliminations. It's still not broken yet. I'm surprised.
It's still the same. And for the top 3 finishing just now, we witnessed the top 3 of, again, the Thai teams. But Yoodo Alliance make it up today. We're slowly, trying to climb up the ladder. And NFT still maintaining consistency. But Infinity, on the other hand, start to be a bit slower than usual when it comes to day number 2. Ego Esports, one of the teams that we look forward when it comes to their performance, still maintain the only Vietnam team that shows a bit more promising than the others. Box Gaming is a bit of a roller coaster ride today, definitely up and down.
Yeah, I know, right? But they're even more sadder team, so we'll get to that later. But this is the MVP for Sky only. So 5 elimination points, 959 damage, 5.4 MVP points, actually higher than his teammate. 31% team contribution, longest elimination distance is 241.
Well, we saw how great of a view Sky got just now. He got himself a high ground, and the others are just in a bit of a slope where he can easily shoot from above. I think even FaZe MR5 being founded in that sort of position as well.
Yeah.
But you know what? First, second place, NFT, the only Indonesian team getting across the 4 Thai teams up there. What the heck?
Yeah, I know, right? Like 4, and then you have the Infinity. So pretty much on page 1, you got like 5 of them, 5 out of 10 in page 1. Bacon time, because they didn't play, so to be fair to them, that's why they kind of drop into page number 2. But the next round they'll be playing, so there's an opportunity for them to go to page 1. And if that happens, that means there is a possibility we'll be seeing 6 Thai teams on page 1 itself.
I have a feeling if Bacon really gets, I mean, like, if it's not a chicken, if they got performance on the top 3 in the last minute here when it comes to the last match, the chances are all Thai teams on the first page by end of day number 2.
Let's go Bacon time.
This is just crazy. I mean, like, I'm not surprised if the first page filled with mostly Thai Indonesian teams right now, with maybe of 4 rivals and maybe NFT. I mean, like, for Indonesia, it's going to be NFT, GDG, GIDS, right? But maybe Ego Esports. Maybe Ego Esports.
Yeah, you just need like all 6 Thai teams to be in the page 1, and you got like 60%, which means it's the majority, in other words, right? So, yeah, it's just waiting for Bacon time. They've been chilling, so we'll see them in the next round. But let's check out the top 4 teams in this round. So their drop is fairly quite spread out between each other. But the circle, Quarry, it's not a common circle as well to like go all the way down left side of Quarry. So this is kind of like a rare one. A lot of these teams had to travel far, that's why it's more than 10,000 travel distance each. But so far it's great, especially for Buriram, for them to come out to Quarry, being the only team there, high ground advantage. To me, they came in as a perfect checkpoint for them in this kind of circle.
I think yesterday is one of the match of Erangel also Quarry around the area. And when we have a juggle pool after that, right? So there's a lot of left side circle these days. But the ones that actually really having it hard, I have to say the ones that actually not playing in the compound. For FaZe, they got the compound by being flushed out. And Buriram, they are the furthest away. You know, they don't have that much of a challenge. They are the one looking over whoever that's fighting across. Infinity, on the other hand, got caught in the pit of the quarry. So, you know, the moment you step down from the elevations, it's going to be hard for them to climb out, including Yoodo Alliance, if you notice. They tried to climb up the hill and they got shot from behind. There's so many third party coming up from behind. They kind of didn't figure out that, you know, you see how Sky just fought out MR5. It's just, MR5 wasn't even looking that way.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much they can do, right? Like, wherever we go from there on, it's just too open for him. Buriram had that high ground, that elevation against him, so pretty much he's like, okay, just take me away. I mean, I'm done. So, gonna take an earlier break for him for MR5. But Buriram United, one of the reasons why other teams couldn't go up there is because they went out first. So when they went out first, they managed to secure the area. It's tough for other teams to come up, and that has to happen fairly early. That has to happen like maybe second or third circle, and that's what they did.
But what we needed right now is a bit of a sponsors. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be the GT Neo 3 coming out from Realme with the latest chipset of MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. your phone to grab over for you to actually be part of PMPL maybe in the future if you use this phone. And also thank you so much for TikTok, our live stream partner, which is going to be #away be the one challenge. And also don't forget to follow all our pages. There's a lot of pages depending on where you are. For Malaysia, there's going to be 2 pages, the PUBG Mobile MY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my. For Singaporeans, it's going to be PUBGmobile.sg. For Philippines, it's going to be PUBG Mobile official PH. And if you're still hungry and you are, you know, not really used to using Grab, this is your time because you can get 50% off the Grab food order with the promo code PUBGM, okay, PUBGM, and it's only for new users, okay? And that's quite a lot, 50%. If you eat a steak of $100, it's going to be just $50.
Yeah. I wonder what steak would that be.
Wagyu steak.
Wow, I had no experience at all.
Wagyu's really good.
Wow. Rich people. Anyway, we're going to go find our Wagyu steak. I'm going to discover it for the first time. We're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. It won't be long for about 5 minutes. So we'll be seeing you after this break.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Lumi GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Just now is still tuning into the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. And I'm Choo-Choo and this is Sir Cloud. Thank you so much, Cloud, with the treat just now, which is the Wagyu version of the Wagyu version
That's
of
the
some
Wagyu
treat.
version.
The Wagyu version of some treat. You guys have no clue, but thank you, Cloud.
The vegetarian version.
The vegetarian version of Wagyu steak. Of a different thing entirely. But back about the game. Except for our production still having fun out there. We're having fun in here, thinking about who will end the game today. Is it going to be a Thai team again?
I hope it's easy for. I hope it will be easy for a graphic designer.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to change the flag. Yeah, he just remains there and change everything else but that.
But at the same time, who will get it? Because out of the 6 teams, the only one that actually not making the first page we mentioned before is going to be Bacon Time. But will Bacon Time finish off today with a bang and squeeze into the top 10 or the first page of the top 8 even? Because so far, BRU got themselves a double chicken in a day. FaZe got themselves a second game. Vampires got them once. Infinity only got it on first day.
Yeah.
So there's only like TEM Entertainment coming up just for the ties. TEM Entertainment.
And Bacon Time.
And Bacon Time that didn't land any chicken yet.
Yeah. So both of them are playing, right? It's TEM Entertainment. Can we double check? ABC, D, so D. Oh, TEM Entertainment is playing too.
Yep.
So
Bacon's
them
not
and
playing.
Bacon Time has a chance. But speaking about TEM Entertainment, here we are with the head-to-head.
Yeah, but it's still the Titans. So it's gonna. You saw Moment just now. We were shouting. I'm sorry if I screamed too much. I melted your ears just now, audience. But it was really incredible play from Moment.
It is.
It was with the DBS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. It's like the Titan and their DBS. It's just crazy.
We saw that with Noosa and then now with him. And okay, you know what? Thailand just take away the everything. Like, are we watching PMPL Thailand?
I feel like this is their country. Now. We are in the wrong league entirely, but this is it. You guys have to face the fact that these guys are so good. Sky, Mormon, and Tony K again. But this is gonna be the last one, Erangel, we're hitting over with no Group D playing. So GD, GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, and Vampires have to rest it out for the rest of the day today.
Yeah, so it's going to be Group D, checking out of the day. But both Thai teams who have yet to get a chicken dinner, Bacon Time, as well as TEM Entertainment, both of them are playing. So, I mean, if any one of them gets it, I'll be like, whoa, I'll be stoked.
I mean, I would be more stoked, or really, like, blowing up my mind if BRU can secure one more. They are on fire today.
Oh, yeah.
They are on fire today. They are so lit up to the point it's so hard for them to not place in the top 3 every single time.
And, fun fact, for BRU, only Kingzo has played at this stage.
Wow.
Kingzo played with Secret Jin before this.
Yeah.
He played with Secret Jin before this and he has played on this stage, so he's the only one that has a CE experience. The rest of them have not, but yet they're still doing better than other Thai teams in general. Like 2 chicken dinners.
In a day.
Day.
Like, when it comes to overall, I mean, like, all the Thais are doing really scary here. We're talking about waiting for bigger time to just, coming in, creeping in, and just take all the Thais. I mean, like, what happens is all the 5 slots, the top 5 is going to be all the Thais. Definitely, there's already slot given. Okay, I'm just going to update about the PMGC slot, okay? Infinity and Bacon Time already definitely got themselves there. So for the other 4 teams, they still have a shot going into the league here.
Yeah, they do. And plus the slot will go down, right? So they will. But you guys have a shot as well in playing the new Nusa map together with the new tactical crossbow that's currently available inside of Nusa. So if you saw the advertisement, and the advertisement is really cool, by the way. You pointed out the graphic that moves at the bottom.
The slider?
The slider thingy. So you kind of know like which segment of the advertisement it is at. So if you landed yourself onto the tactical crossbow side of the advertisement, you will be able to see the demo of how it's used. You can make a flying fox up onto one of those strategic places inside of Nusa to get a good advantage and win within 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of us might have work to do, but we love gaming and we have passion in it, right? So you want, like, the shortest time to play, this is going to be it. But also, you guys who are hardcore enough and also the ones who love to collect, the collectors out there, don't forget to collect with your latest Royal Pass. Available right now for the 15 Royal Pass, Clairvoyant, Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. We cannot stress this enough saying this is a very beautiful set. I mean, like, look at how delicate of each of the details when it comes to the Clairvoyant Fox set. I mean, that's my favorite right now, one of the best set. But also we have a double set here.
Oh yeah, we have a double set as well. So not only the Royal Pass set, but we have the Spectral Swan set together with the Cosmic Inquisitor set. That's going to be the new Ultimate set. So 2 new Ultimate sets released at the same time. That means you have double the opportunity to get them in your spins. So do check them out. This is the season to like collect all of them. Like you have 2 from the Royal Pass, 2 from this. It's like you can get 4 new awesome sets in a short time.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's pretty cool, especially the Spectral Swan set. If you use it as for your entire team.
Yeah,
and then you name your squad as a Spectral Swan. That's it. As easy as that.
SW.
SW. Spectral Swan. SSW.
Yeah, SSW. I'll
yeah,
the W.
SSW.
Yeah.
And also, thinking about the championship, we can also put as PMVC. We don't have a VC before.
What's a VC?
Veteran Championship.
Oh, yeah, that sounds cool.
The SD had back then was a different title.
Oh, yes.
So I don't think that's applicable, but PMVC, PUBG.
Okay, we are copywriting it now.
Hello?
We're copywriting it now. Like if it comes out, you heard it here from us first. You know, like every PMP, every season, like every stage, we always come up with like new ones.
Yeah, including new maps. Including new maps. Hello.
New maps. We came out with a lot of new ideas, man.
Yeah.
It's like all everywhere. We gotta patent all that.
Including the Blackpink thing. You know, they actually did it. Just saying.
Just saying, you know.
You know, we're not trying to take the credit away, but that's our credit to be given. But back towards the next one. I mean, I really want to see, because we have the PMCC Camper Championship.
Yeah.
But wait, before that, we're going to put in the prediction. I don't know what my manager predict for the last game. NFT, okay, not so shabby. NFT, they're close enough. But how did you manage to predict the same as my manager's mindset with the country or the region? You guys have a thing?
Yeah, we have a thing going on between the both of us. I think in a different life, we will be married instead.
No, please.
Oh, in a different life? I don't know.
That's a nightmare for me.
Oh, wow.
Now you make me question.
Stop imagining, you know.
Now you make me question if that's really going to happen.
Stop imagining. It's supposed to be another life.
You should be worried now.
Yeah.
But back to NFT and Boom. Okay, Boom is really good. We do know when it comes to GIDS is great, but it's not up there because of there's always they have a bit of problem to secure in the placement and get their eliminations. But for Boom and NFT, that's not the case entirely.
NFT, they are not bad as well.
Yeah. They're great. They're better than GIDS.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, for him to put that in, I'm not too surprised. But because that was given before the whole show started.
Yeah, now we want Thailand.
Now we want Thailand. Like, if I get to change right now, I would pick either TEM Entertainment or Bacon Time.
Yeah, the both teams, they didn't have themselves a chicken yet. But I'm not surprised even Infinity tried to get one today. But they haven't got any. And you know, how usually Infinity won't be staying quiet too long. Maybe tomorrow if that didn't happen today. But can we finish off our last match of Erangel with another Thai flag waving out there?
Sawadika, take my energy, ha! Is that how he say?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. But anyway, you know what? I just want to see something unique. I want to see a nice storyline by the end of the day. So Thailand team, let's go. Do it for all of us.
FaZe, Buriram, Vampire. Vampire not playing. That's a good sign because they have been bulldozing quite a number of teams down there. But the others, on the other hand, this is the time for them to break the run of the Thai teams.
Yeah.
Making sure that there's a messy storyline by the end of the day. Are you guys ready? So hop into our last match, our day 2, Erangel.
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 Yeah, we're gonna name it that way if they get it. Like the fifth team is another Thai team, right? Like the Titans, Erangel, Rama, Hawk. You know, everything's gonna be Thailand today.
Tai
Chinky, you name it, right? Tai Chinky, we got Thai Literary Base.
Thai Literary Base.
Yeah. Thai Rep No Yeah.
We're just having
Thai
too much
Bo
fun
No Yeah.
now.
And we're back. Surprise!
It's a remake.
Yeah, I mean the final chicken dinner for a Thai team needs to chill.
I know why we're having this, because that side we're having too much fun munching over stuff just now.
I know, right? Someone behind the scenes eating too much. Yeah.
Oh, it's because your fault now.
I know, right?
Spoiling this guy so much. But this,
vegetarian
I mean, like, the production career is awesome. I love working here. Definitely sharing this desk with you. Something that I love to do throughout my entire career.
You're saying that
I'm not
because
going to die
Yusuf is
tomorrow,
listening.
but what?
You're saying that because Yusuf is listening.
Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have a remake, so we're waiting for the players to be back in the lobby. But in the meantime, you know what? Let's recap about the entire day. Is Thai. That's it. This one word for
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Nothing else.
All right. So what we're gonna call this? PMPL Championship Fall. We're gonna rename it for
It's
today.
country finals for Thai.
Yeah, this Thailand country finals.
But today is, even yesterday is still a Thai team's day where they have two, I mean, like, there's only one, right? But they have quite a performance yesterday, a lot of Indonesian yesterday. But today, who will spoil the streak for the Thais? I mean, like, yes, it's different teams, but Buriram got themselves 2 chickens in a day. But I have a feeling that Indonesians might actually have a bit of a push here if they want to.
Yeah, I think if any team were to disrupt the flow, the energy, the force, the nature, the course of nature of Thailand getting the 5th chicken dinner, right? It's going to be one of the Indonesian teams.
Definitely.
I have that feeling.
No
NFT.
faith. No faith at all for the Malaysian team.
Well, okay, if there was any, I would say it's going to be 4 rivals.
I mean, that's a nearest shot we can actually.
It is.
I mean, Yoodo Alliance doing okay today.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling it's not going to be enough when it comes to the last few circles, because they always got caught in the transition when it comes to the circles. So definitely they have to fix about their timing of rotations, or maybe even evade certain compounds. This is where, you know, you cannot go through certain route anymore.
Yeah, there are some areas that are very tight, especially like what they call the 5 house, just beside of ruins. Yesterday, the one that Pemburu kind of complained was 4 rivals. They went there first, but that's actually the, well, if they kind of study it right, it's one of the checkpoints for Yoodo Alliance, but 4 rivals happen to be there. So yeah, but anyway, then another team came by, which is the Xavier, and that's where it's like, oh hey, there's supposed to be a team there technically, because it's one of the main checkpoints for those teams, and then the Xavier had to come in. Then that's where they got caught in between 2 teams. So it's just like some of those decisions or some of those homework that they need to do to not get themselves caught.
And that's why GIDS has been dropping randomly. If you notice, like, it's so hard for them to actually.
Yeah.
They used to drop around Primos, but because of also because of the flight path in the circle, it's just really hard for them to within their reach. So they start to drop depending on the flight path. Flight path. I mean, it's actually easier to adapt towards the flight path than the circle, honestly. Because if you're too much, focus on your drop spot, on that they play in the scrims, or just want to be in that certain spot, but if the flight path don't give you that sort of direction that you want it to be, it's just really hard to adapt. The fastest way is still adapting towards the flight path.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why we see like some teams, they kind of like change it up. We saw something happening in Zarki yesterday as well, the place that not many people would go to. So it does have a effect there on how the teams actually drop. And with that kind of effect, that also means that the route of where they travel is also affected by that. So the adaptability of where the checkpoints are would definitely change. If one team changes, it would affect the other teams as well because, you know, it's like a domino effect.
True. It depends on who get disrupted first. Just now we saw, just to remind, Sam9 that landed, finished off by FaZe, was it? Straight head on. There's so many teams being eliminated early, but still the record holder is going to be 1 minute 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Just to remind.
Yeah, it's hard to beat.
That's the entire team, not the first person.
Yeah.
That's the shortest.
Yeah, we hardly got a visual on that. It's that fast. But hopefully we are able to get good visuals after this as we head on to our final game. That's going to happen, and I'm not going to say this wrongly, but in Erangel.
Now let's get our fingers crossed. Hopefully this is going to be a smooth sailing.
Yep.
For the final match of day number 2, week number 1. Back to Erangel. We have, wow, what a nice flight path. This is beautiful. Coming up from Savannah down to the Sonovska military base. Equally splitting the map into left and right side, west and east side. And everybody can drop to wherever they fancy. I have a feeling this might be a generous circle, maybe? Possibly.
It's so Thai-tico. Yeah. Beautiful, Thai-tiful. Yeah, Thai-tiful. Yeah. That everything's now Thai. Like, come on, I just want them to complete like the 5 Thai teams or the 5 Thai flags up today.
I mean,
Make
that's
it
a
perfect.
possibility though. A high possibility because you saw how good they are. You gotta wait and see. It just depends on which team, is it?
Well, I guess at this point, right, it's a bonus if you get like Beacon Time or
TEM.
Or TEM.
Yeah.
But if like the Infinity gets it again, Vampire, that's fine. It's easy work for a graphic designer.
Well,
to the left again. To the left, to the left.
Yeah, call me an oracle, but I did say there's gonna be generous one. Is it gonna be like Gakka field then? Depends on the circle. If you look at it, it feels like it. Now SLD still have 2 men still floating around, but they definitely found themselves vehicles. What is happening to Yoodo Alliance? Why is Olio here alone? And back to the side of Geek, NFT Ramon just passing by. Should over with Micro Uzi. That's a long shot. Yuhai, I don't think that's gonna work, but it's okay, Yuhai. Keep on trying. Nice try.
Micro Uzi.
Micro Uzi
Yeah.
with the iron sight.
Micro Uzi, iron sight, 100 meters maybe.
15 bullets left.
15 bullets left. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, too much expectation if he wishes to drop Ramon. So that's fine.
Now, is that 4 rivals sharing the corner with the NFT? Or is it not? Back to Buriram. Taking this their own time. I mean, like, no clashes, no early clashes early on this time. They had a couple of skirmishes before, but it's been very peaceful for now.
Yeah, this somewhere on the right. So again, they're doing what they used to do. They come in a little bit later. They like to spend their time on the outside of the zone a little bit more. So that seems to be the Buriram style for now. Inside of Novo, we have PN United, who's currently at the 20th spot. So they'll be looking to break through at least, not end the day still on 20th spot. But for them, the Xavier is still playing. So Xavier could go up as well. So that's kind of like their competition to not be at number 20 by end of the day.
True. So Nov's coming to your base. Alter Ego taking it alongside with sort of, if I'm not mistaken, BN United sharing this around Novo for BN United. Definitely, I'm not sure if there's any bridge trolls or gatekeepers on the other end, because if they want to go on the left side of a bridge coming up from the Sonovska military island, there's definitely some teams still waiting there. Geek Fam, no, they haven't got a good day at all. I'm talking about UI, always the first one to be out there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It seems to be hard for them to sustain Yuhai towards the final few moments of the circle. he seems to be out fairly early. And if Yuhai gets out early, his core function cannot be maximized. Like, he's the best when it comes to close quarter combat, when you start to fight, especially compound fights or whatever fights, right? So if you can't sustain him to like maybe the 5th phase circle onwards, it's hard. If he goes out like 1 to 4, there's pretty much nothing much he can do.
True. The thing is, they always got caught in between. There's a lot of players trying to stop themselves in Gatka just because the circle, high chances it might be ended up there. But I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, trying to calculate regarding the scores. I have a feeling that 13 plays 2 to 16. If they don't do something about it tomorrow, they might lose their spot here slowly. And it's going to affect when it comes to their initial points. And 4 teams definitely will be relegated for the playoff because only 16 will make it through the finals. And definitely if you get a good start, you don't have to worry so much when it comes to the next few weeks. Yeah, Yoodo Alliance quite spread out on top of Ruins, but they definitely don't have that much of a challenge. They don't have to worry that much. A lot of players and teams are being extra careful this time, like not moving as fast as they can. It's quite a general circle in the start anyway, so not surprising at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to play. I mean, this kind of circle. If it was like a circle that has a lot of choke points and lesser areas to play with, military base is the best example all the time. Then you'll see a lot of cars like just passing by, like playing like as if they are racing. And it's always an advantage if they manage to get themselves onto the other side. If it's like a full-on military-based circle, you kind of know that it's going to be there for sure as a final circle. Then yeah, you see a lot of that happening. But because of this kind of like Gaka area, or whether it's the same effect like this, if it's like on the right side, if it's shelter mansion area, a lot of room to play. Hence, teams will be like, okay, let's take our time because we got a lot of room to play anyway, and we can just go checkpoint for checkpoint. We don't really need to go straight into the riddle. There might be some teams who do that, but you kind of like open up the options for all teams. So not all of them need to do the same thing.
That's true. A bit more variety when it comes to, you know, the team play and the strategy. BN United, they need more vehicles. I don't think this is going to work when it comes to 3-person in one vehicle. They have one buggy. I do prefer 2-on-2 instead of 1-3 here. Infinity slowly approaching towards the bridge side. Maybe they're waiting for the team like Alter Ego and BN United just pass over here. So this is not surprising at all. I did mention about the bridge trolls before this, but the thing is it worth it to wait here for a bit? Because at the same time, there's not many teams on this Sonos community base, only a couple of them. If they had to resort to taking a boat, then nobody's going to pass by there anyways.
The possibility of team taking the boat is actually lesser. Yeah, because most teams play the regular way of trying to go through the bridge. But this kind of circle, because the circle's on the left, right? So I don't think the Infinity will spend too much time there. Maybe it's just like, okay, we scout, pretty much nothing's happening, then they'll just move on. Unless the circle's on the right, then they might just camp it all the way. Because the circle's on the left, then even like if you're a Novo team, there is also a possibility that you will take the left bridge. So for you to really want to camp out there, waiting for on the right bridge, a little bit iffy for me. So I don't think they spend too much time there.
But back to the area of Garkar, it's going to be just on the outskirts of it. SLD managed to knock one down on the Xavier's player. It's going to be Frankie, but it's too far off within distance. I think around maybe around 400 meters away, maybe 3 to 4. So it's just too far for them to push in. So they won't actually make a rush there or make a push. But those coming up from the northern side, including 4 rivals here, just going to pass over towards this area, which is going to be on top of school, then towards Gatkar. Now, everybody will saturate Gatkar region. Coming up from Jogopul and going down towards Roshawk, it's going to be Ego Esports clashing into Boom very soon. TEM Entertainment definitely will gatekeep on top of that mountains. Same goes for Bacon Time, but feels like Bacon Time want to be a bit more evasive by playing around the Gatka Mountain instead of on top of it.
Right, just look at the southern side, the military base island. So look at where BN United is heading to. They're taking the left bridge. It's because the circle is there, so that's a natural thing to do. Now, what Alter Ego is doing is that they want to try and stop BN United because they're guessing that that will happen, and they guessed it right. The left bridge will be the focal point. Now, BN United chooses to fight. They manage to get a knockdown onto Thematic, and that's going to be an advantage for BN United. First blood to silence.
Yep, and Thematic try to actually shot over inside of Silence there. Quite a number of damage on the side of Silence. And Geek Fam happened to be clashed into Sam 9, but Alter Ego will not wait anymore as 4 rivals going against Buriram, who got himself a last chicken and bombing each other. It's a bit of an accident in between, and they happen to be facing out a just brawl between these two teams. Appy being finished off by My Name, and that's a feast coming up from Buriram. They won this fight, leaving 4 rivals with only 2 men left. Uvoki and Pamburu.
April, unfortunately, no way for them to pick him up, so he will go out for sure. Yoodo Alliance on the other side. We have Buriram for them to deal with. Adi looks all alone. Kingzo with a long range onto the left side. Tiger will be knocked down, but April officially finish off right now.
Tiger still not being picked up by these guys. Buriram taking their sweet time. Oh, never mind. He's being built over, and it's going to be, you know what? It's not worth them saving Tiger right now. It's too risky. Yoodo Alliance just going to finish off this 1 point here. Yeah. If I were with their teammate, I would have put a Molotov out of there and just make sure deny the points instead of giving it away.
Well, it's hard to tell, right? Sometimes maybe the position is just too far off and you just don't want to be there anymore. Or you expose yourself, you toss out the molly because as a player, you'll be able to see like the fire trail when the molly's been tossed out. So you can kind of like get an idea of where the opponent is at. So maybe he doesn't want to take that risk, and it's not worth it at the end of the day.
TEM Entertainment facing again FaZe Clan. BN United. Noosa is around the corner with the Scar L. Spotted out Silence and Capone. Now they are quite segregated for BN United. Noosa starts the fire towards all the players coming out from BN United. Capone got hit quite a bit. Silence tried to counter fire, but I have a feeling Noosa, that's just going to be a warning shot coming out from here. He don't really want to challenge them, but there's just going to be a warning shot for BN United not to cross around there.
So BN United got everything locked in. We can see that's how the teams already got their compound inside the areas of Gatka. And Gatka is limited when it comes to compound. It's a lot of open area instead. One of the hot places is where the Xavier is at, kind of like the chopstick area. It's happened to be in the middle of the circle. But interestingly, will it still be in the middle of the circle? I still think that the chopstick house or the chopstick area is still hot. And yes, it is. So yeah, to me, the Xavier currently has one of the best areas right now for this circle. Of course, that depends on how the circle shifts. But for now, their position is great.
In case you guys are wondering about the chopstick, they meant by trenches, okay?
Trenches, okay.
Yeah, the trenches.
The drain. I call it chopstick.
The drain that's huge for drains, but it might work. Hospital, we have visitors, Ego Esports, BN United running away just now. They have to clash into Infinity. Now, BN United was on the run and now being hunted down by the side of Infinity. They're going to play around Gatka area, which is going to be an open field. But BN United, they don't want to stop yet. They keep on moving. Ego Esports land themselves in the high grounds of the Gatka Mountains, but TEM Entertainment taking the compound first. We have Buriram might join in or even crash into that.
Here we go. So BN United join up against this with 4 rivals in this area. Now, these Xaviers on the other side, so they're not going to be involved in this. And the good news is that because it's like a V shape, it's like 2 different ends. So we don't expect that BN United will be going up against 4 rivals. But looks like these Xavier, they're busy with Geek Fam on the other side. And I think that's going to be a long range shot from Geek Fam. Don't see them coming in yet.
Yep. A lot of, you know, if you're not in Gatka right now, definitely you are on the high ground, so the elevations around Gatka are real. But the thing is, if you're being closed in by the blue zone and you're late into the center of a circle, it's a bit problem for you because there's not much compound. especially the trench has been taken over. Bacon time now taking the compounds as well. And the moment they're passing by for NFT, they shot down one by one bit, and they just parked themselves. Ramon's on the ground already. Batman might be next. There's only two of them. NFT split it into two formations here, and the rest of the team just crashing in, but too late with Amstar already needed Batman on the ground. Vaffel tried to do damage control. They managed to take down on Shirty, but the thing is, not many players coming up from NFT. Spotted out Micro Uzi playing around the corner. Vaffel trying to just heal himself up and hunting for more, but Vaffel is trying to find an exit out, but everywhere it's cornered by Bacon players.
All eyes coming in, and that is it for NFT. The team that's currently hot will be the first team to go out with 1 point. But look at this, Sam9 has arrived to the party.
And Sam9 now gonna take over Bacon's winning just now, but it feels like they might actually win this one. They can hold a compound. With that, Molotov really plays a big part here. While SLD taking on BN United, Bacon time still defending their fortress that being rushed in before by NFT at first. Next one is going to be Sam9. And look like Ice cook up the nade. Feels like a perfect one, but it's a bit too long. But Noise now!
Ooh.
What a play just now by Noise. Double nade down. And that's going to be Bacon time winning 2-fight consecutively.
Oh, lots of points there towards Bacon time. 6 points in the back already. And now move on to Boom with the Eagles having a high ground advantage over Boom. And the Indonesian team has been deleted. And yes, I know.
Now predictions today is about who get deleted first.
Except for FaZe Clan.
Except for FaZe Clan.
Yeah,
for me, it's all of them.
Whoa, but we're not done yet here.
The Xavier is now fighting against Geek Fam, who's getting into this corner of Car. Try to flush out the rest of these Xaviers. One knockdown. Lamborghini almost, but still finish off one more secured. But Lamborghini could clutch it. And we have Vicho on the other end. Frank is still standing. Down to only one player of Geek Fam left and alive. But he whiffed it for a bit. He whiffed it. And finally, Geek Fam finished off. Eliminated. We have round 2 to go, which is going to be Infinity now rushing towards these Xaviers.
Oh yeah, now it's the Infinity onto the Xavier. They tried to do that in the previous round, but now the Xavier will be eliminated by the Infinity. One nade to rule them all.
But Geek Fam got the point.
I know, right? Some of them give it was Geek Fam. The Infinity managed to get 2, so I mean, okay.
Split it into 2.
Yeah,
better than nothing.
And Geek Fam still got a couple bonuses.
Not so bad.
Not too bad.
After they're done.
Yeah.
What a situation just now. 2 times in a row happened to the Xaviers, and before that it was Bacon. But Bacon managed to hold it off. Now that's a very good CQC team. On the side of Ego Esports, they're still playing on the high ground. They're taking on Yoodo Alliance on the left side, but they have to focus on the right side. I think that's going to be TEM Entertainment, possibly on their right side. Not sure, but back to Chua. Still trying to take down on the side of Yoodo Alliance. TEM Entertainment got their buildings. That's why they're focusing on more towards Yoodo Alliance for Ego Esports.
You know what? All Thai teams are still in this. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a scary one.
Yeah.
None of them get out yet.
And they won all their fights. Like all the compound fights we saw earlier on, the Thai teams won. The Infinity won. We saw Bacon Time won. So far so good for them.
Bacon Time, let's go.
Yeah.
We won 2 fights in a row just now.
Bacon Time, let's go.
You know what? All our predictions kind of jinx the players today. The moment we root it up for them. Feels like it's going to be a sad ending the moment we predict it for certain teams, especially today. Alter Ego moving towards the vast field of Gokka, with SLD being gunned down by their different team entirely. Definitely giving away the position. That's going to be Yoodo Alliance, SLD, Buriram behind there somewhere as well, with 4 rivals just trying to, squeeze into Yoodo Alliance. Here comes Alter Ego knocking on that door.
And Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego, but 2 knockdowns back-to-back. Shamil with the DBS. The naval finish over Naure. And just like that, Alter Ego deleted by Yoodo Alliance.
within seconds. Now, BN United going to leave the trenches, while Infinity is going to be stopping them from moving forward. We have 4 rivals on the other hand. The circle will shift again. Who will be favored? Is it going to be the north or the south? Because in between, there's nothing. BRU firing upon Yoodo Alliance. Going to be right on top of Gatka with FaZe in the center. We have Bacon Time at the rim and also on the left side. But those actually on the north, it's going to be a furthest one away from the circle. Infinity coming up from the south, but the trend is on fire. They're going to be the shotgun from Bamburu. Shuna, Silence trying to make a comeback here for BN United, but slowly they're dropping off one by one.
Silence is still alive after all that fire. We're not connected on the Silence. Silence gets up. Silence going on to Bamburu 1v1. Bamburu down. Silence will keep him quiet.
There was a... He whiffed it for Bamburu. Back towards the side of Buriram versus SLD. It's going to be 2-person fighting three of SLD there. There goes the rush. Nate jumps down onto his side. Now down left with Name. Name trying to do something about it, but he couldn't see it through the smoke. He needs to build this one out. He needs to heal himself. Sky is already down. There's going to be last member of Buriram. Name couldn't make it. That's it. The first Thai team to be out here.
Oh, we're not done yet with the action. Noosa will be gunned down by PN United. Silence will finish him off. But the Infinity, they still have the rest of them. Now it's going to be Thailand versus Thailand. FaZe Clan against Bacon Time. Bacon Time, we have Ice that's still alive. They have about 20% health left. He needs to pick up 9 noise. But backup is here. Style. Join them together. But TEM Entertainment, we have Bevy.
Casually Ego Esports just passing by, you know, hello and goodbye. And they managed to let themselves unharmed, untouchable. But look at FaZe, Bacon Time. Armstar managed to take down on Lycan. But they're losing men for Bacon. It's going to be 2v1 or v2 as well for Bacon. But the fire's going to burn a bit on Tony K and Armstar sharing the same compound. Noise is still outside, cooking up the nade to drop on towards the side of FaZe. FaZe in a bit of a problem right now as Bacon Time have 3 men still standing. And one of FaZe Lycan still on the ground. TEM Entertainment, Aso will revive his mate, and they're having another go against FaZe versus Bacon. But Eagle Esports giving the pressure on this side as well.
And Bacon Dimension reset. Tony K goes down to the ground floor. The door opens up. Tony K needs to reset it so quickly. The first aid will be used. Will be put up, but Ice is currently down. 9 needs to pick him up. Logan tries to steal away the elimination point, but can't connect those shots. But instead, Armstyle will be knocked down by Tony K.
Sneaky Infinity coming up from the back line here, but they are still in the circle somewhat. FaZe Tony K taking on Armstyle, and now they're having another push for a second version of it. FaZe now going to a side of Noise. Noise needs to actually pick up Ice, who's bleeding out at the moment. It's going to be down to only these 2 men here. Ice will be revived by Noise. In the meantime, not sure how much time they have. BN United taking a fight against SLD, stopping them from moving forward. Still in the smoke, they managed to take down a couple of them with Yoodo Alliance on the other end. SLD feels like they're being hammed between 2 here.
The circle shift away from them, so they need to move 40 more seconds on the clock. At the same time, we can see that Eagles Esports dominating with 5 elimination points, but Smack will be knocked down by Adiluk, finished off by Adiluk is snap as well. And looks like another elimination there for the side of SLD. SLD, they're in trouble. Bacon Time is out.
Oh man, but it's still a lot of Thai teams in there. Infinity got naded by Eagle Esports. F1 made it. Will this it be? Eagle Esports have a huge chance to win this chicken dinner. They are in the center, and you got a huge nade towards the key players of Infinity as well. Yoodo Alliance still taking the business against BN United, while FaZe, they're done with Bacon just now. They're having a go against Eagles and also Infinity on the northern side.
Oh, let's not forget as well, another Thai team, TEM Entertainment together with FaZe Clan. They are still alive. They're fighting against each other. But SOZ will be gunned down by Ripple Boy from afar. Ripple Boy needs to butt in. Ripple Boy tries to get another one, but then again, now in the same building, it's going to be Garton in Logan. It's 2 representatives from the Eagles.
Now trying to flush each other out from their own respective levels of terrain here. Definitely going to be hard to find within the same house for both Infinity and Eagle Esports. But at the same time, it's going to be the flush. With F1 bombarded one of the players. Finish off Infinity. That's going to be them placing at 7th. We're down to 6. Eagle Esports. Can they break the streak from the Thais today?
Well, we are still 2 other Thai teams still active in this round. Eagle Esports need to go up against Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance are currently in the circle. They have a full squad. Eagle Esports trying to get them down. Can't get a shot onto Adilu. Adilu is still alive. On the left, we have Shamil. Shamil Managed to evade all those shots coming from the Eagles, but can't see the same for Zonos. Gun down, silence, will be finished off by SLD.
We're down to 5, but SLD, they got a minor victory. Only one player left, and this is going to be the one actually in the blue zone. Back towards the FaZe. They tried to breach into it to the side of TEM Entertainment with 2 men left. One last person, actually. Bavy tossed around. That's a wrong angle to work with. Bavy playing it as slow as possible. Chuck himself down to 50% of HP. He will be discovered by the team. They heard his footstep with the micro Uzi. Already ready on his hand. Found it out. Got one. Vitoris on the ground. MR5 tried to revive but couldn't make it. Bavy! That bombardment coming from Tony Game. Finish off TEM Entertainment. We're down to only 4.
Bavy made it down, but now focusing on the SLD, they're trying to get their way into the circle. Goes to the last man standing. 5 elimination points for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan playing as a trio, the last Thai team to make it a Thailand day.
Now, FaZe still inside the same compound, but quite separated and widespread coming from Ego Esports. Feels like Ego Esports having a very strong circle right in the center with the most strongest compound to work with. Just gonna deny all the teams to get into or breaching into the compound here. Yoodo Alliance quite spread out, but Shamil needs to move the moment the circle shrinks, the moment the blue zone getting inside. He will get down first. He needs to work his angles right, but it's an open field out there.
And only Red Bull Boy has a buggy. The rest of them, they need to be on foot. That means they'll be in open. The Eagles know exactly where Yoodo Alliance is at, and the circle favors the Eagles. Yoodo Alliance 10 more seconds before the zone closes in onto them. And the only person with a vehicle is Red Bull Boy. His teammates will be in trouble.
FaZe start to breach in here. Want to flash out, but Chuan's no more. He already opened up. Nam shoot them on MR5. The moment they move forward, they know exactly the movement of FaZe. Know exactly how the enemy think. Eagle Esports see this coming. And now they're trying to toss over whatever they have left for their utilities. Take a nade or even Molotov here. They will toss over for FaZe cannot move forward. Look at how F1 tried to guard from the backline, giving so much information to the rest of Eagle Esports. Exactly the movement and positions of FaZe here.
And this distraction could open up opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to actually slip into the circle. They're crawling in slowly but surely. And now the Eagles, they're busy with FaZe Clan. While Yoodo Alliance, Olio and Adilu is actually coming in from the other side. And now we have the other side as well. F1 trying to stop Yoodo Alliance from coming in. If they stand up, he can shoot them. But they're not standing up just yet. They're crawling into the circle. The nade onto Olio as Shamil might be thrown anytime soon.
This is the right time for Yoodo Alliance to actually butt into this business. I'm talking about being nosy about this because why? They are not being focused by these two teams who keep on throwing a lot of utilities against each other until they dry out of it. And now they don't have enough to stop Yoodo Alliance from breaching in. FaZe especially have to move as the blue zone closes in. They try to rush into an Eagle Esports. Finish off Tony K! Just around the corner. Tony K! Eagle Esports, they can win this, but FaZe slowly losing men here. And Chua still on the high ground. They're still down to MR5. Lycan is still there. And now Chua's just stepping out from the window. Oh no, Lycan!
Ah, no clutch. But this is an opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to come in. Yes, they're on all 4. This could be the first candidate for Malaysia. Unless Eagles, they could reset. They need to do it quickly.
They can just stop the streak here. Yoodo Alliance, Style Animations. What a
And
look,
Malaysia gets the first chicken dinner through Yoodo Alliance.
That's the end of the streak for the Times. We thought it's going to be Eagles, but Yoodo Alliance played patiently and it was fruitful for them by getting the first chicken dinner finally for the Malaysians. Welcome back, Malaysia team.
Just saying, I played for them today. It was a different map, but still.
Too late now.
But still.
Oh boy, the streak of the day today.
The high streak, yeah.
Finish off the one that making sure the streak been stopped coming up from Malaysia.
I know, right? That was like, okay, we remember we talked about like, oh, which team might be the one to break the streak and all that. Yoodo Alliance never came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, speaking of which, I mean, like, it's still a scary prospect, the fact that the Thai teams, even though there's 10 teams left there, they still remain, almost all of them remain in the top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, that's consistency.
It is.
It's just so different when it comes to, like, if you think about it, how do they play in their country finals? Even if the team that didn't make it in the PMPL South Asia, how scary can they get?
That's why they got all three. That's why they got like 3 teams from Thailand in the play-in slot, from the play-in slot to this stage.
Imagine if they still like book themselves for all 6 teams going.
Wow.
PMGC.
To
Imagine.
PMGC, right? Like they are like
That's
Southeast
insane.
Asian representatives. It's just Thailand.
But I have to say it was a really good play, a really good game, especially from Ego Esports. I'm loving them so much right now. It's because we mentioned in the last few seasons, like they have the potential. It's always been shown in last final few weeks. Now they're showing it off quite early. If only they can keep this going, keep going up. There's no limit. The sky's not even the limit for them.
Yeah, they need to be consistent. That's going to be the worry for Ego Esports. And plus, of course, whatever happens, whatever results this week is it's not going to be carried over next week. So it's a reset, right? Then it's a different challenge from there. But like what you say, right? I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Ego Esports as well. They are consistent, and it's a matter of time till they get their second chicken dinner and more. And I think that they will be even better than even like a SLD that we thought was like super consistent. Like today SLD wasn't, but if we average out, like I would say Ego Esports is probably the most exciting Vietnamese team now.
Yes, that's true. And you know what? I mean, I was led my commentary just now because things like so exciting, especially when it comes to TEM Entertainment. And at the same time, like Yoodo Alliance playing, like that is so fortunate that they're too busy against each other. Ego Esports taking the fight towards the side of FaZe Clan, that they didn't spot out Yoodo Alliance coming out from an open field. It was an open area, not even inside of a compound, and they played it quietly. And there was really a lot of eliminations still coming out from Yoodo Alliance. But who got the most just now?
Eliminations?
Yeah. I think FaZe got one of the most.
Yeah, it feels like FaZe. Yeah, it feels like FaZe. I think it was FaZe.
41.
Is that the high? I don't think we got more than 40 before.
41 smoke.
Yeah, I think that's the highest. One of the highest so far.
The highest we get was 64 in total.
64 total. Okay, so do a quick math here. No, it's still 59.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one time was what, 30-ish. But with 10 elimination points, Yoodo Alliance still plays themselves at first with 25 overall points. Ego Esports got the most actually, 12 eliminations. Now this is going to be a huge leap if you compare with their previous season performance.
Yeah, it is. It is. And 12 eliminations, well, it's still not breaking the record. So we're still at 14. I would say it's fairly doable for teams to actually like overtake that number, but I'm surprised that it took them that long. Maybe, I don't know how many more rounds will it take, but anyway, 10 rounds is still 14 points, 14 elimination points, the highest. Yoodo Alliance 25 this time, of course the first chicken dinner for them, but no doubt again, FaZe Clan has been still amazing, despite them not getting the chicken dinner, but FaZe Clan is still super good at defending that compound.
Look at how Tony K just smoked away. Well, he got himself quite a number of MVP within these 2 days here.
Yeah.
We're talking about his Nate just now, his call of judgment call, and also his game sense is just incredible. Just he never, and he dished out 1,000 over damage for 4 eliminations. That's 1,000 over. With Nusa is still squeezing in for the top 3 eliminators. Hello again.
It's still all Thai.
It's true.
Come on. It's still all Thailand. Like, okay, we don't get like the 5 chicken dinners, but we still get like top 3 eliminators. Thailand. Don't forget about Stone as well. I mean, I won't be surprised if MVP by the end of this tournament is still Thailand. Whatever happens.
Yeah. Still too early to tell, but we'll wait for what's going to happen tomorrow. We love to wait for us, because we are not playing. But here comes our seasons of the MVP race. FaZe Tony K still scores. That's a huge gap there. 2.7 for the MVP points. If you compare with Nusa, 2.1 now.
You want to compare with Chua? Like Chua is like, hey, you know what? I'm
here.
I'm here. Don't forget me.
All
like,
the ties up there.
All the
only
ties.
one that we don't have right now is Bacon. And who else for the team again?
Bacon. Okay, we got TEM there.
There's two of them. Bacon and...
all of a sudden it's like, oh,
Yeah.
Buriram.
Buriram.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Buriram didn't make it up there.
I think because they didn't have like a one standout player, they're like kind of like balanced.
Guy is okay.
But he needs to catch up to all those. But you gotta give it to Chua deserves to be there as well.
Triple digit FaZe.
Oh, the first team to get a triple. Yay.
But look at the, you know, because of today, we ended up with a lot of teams rising up the occasion. It's 91 points for NFT, Vampires 88, 1 point shy, Yoodo Alliance at 4th. Ego Esports climbing up to 5th place with 85, 5 points different. We're down to Buriram and TEM Entertainment back to back here, 80 and 78 points respectively. Alter Ego pushed down to 8, Infinity at 9, and SLD at 62 points at 10. The only tie teams not making the first page, barely making it in, is actually having a tie with the 10th place. It's also vacant time.
Yeah, if not because of the chicken dinner, they would be in because they have more rank points. So
True.
it is what it is. But Xavier dropped down to number 20 and just saying, behind United, if the goal was not to be number 20 by the end of the day, they managed to get out. Not bad.
The thing that we learned today, don't name your team as a D because those that we're starting with D's placing at 15 and 19 and 20th.
I'm trying to look for another D.
DBD.
Okay. Yeah,
There's only 2 teams D right now.
There you go. There you go. Both with 20 points, in fact. So it is what it is.
Oh man, I mean like both teams actually one of the best team in their own respective region. Just not delivering it is another problem. Now we talked about SLD example, they were in the 5th place of Vietnam, right? If we compare who else just now, coming up from the side of, the ties, I don't have anything else to say to them. I'm like all the ties, like even you give them the 10th place teams playing over, I mean still like they're gonna be incredible.
Yeah.
It's just so scary.
Even like Bacon Time, like they're number 11, right? But they're still like, you saw how they play. They put up a big fight against FaZe Clan, and yeah, they were superb. They definitely pushed them to the corner.
I'm looking over the charts here, right? The teams actually got quite a good number. The teams that actually didn't place themselves in the first for the country finals, including like NFT, they are 4th. SLD, they are 5th in their own respective country finals, but they've been doing really great when it comes to South Asia. They were still week 1 though. Still week 1.
It is still week 1. And even within week 1, we're not even halfway. We're like just day 2. So there's still some room for them to play and also for them to improve. Who knows, like what Paburu said yesterday, the prank might happen, they might come back and we might see something big for them.
That's true. Still too early to say who will actually get themselves a slot. We only have 5 slots later on for the PMGC League. But for the top 16, it's still going to be one step at a time. They have to make sure they got themselves in the grand final first, as 4 teams will be relegated when it comes to the top 16 out of the 20 teams. But so far, we're looking over a lot of Malaysian teams are not performing. So now this is going to be one of the under the spotlight of discussion. What happened to the almost all the entire Malaysian teams, except for 4 rivals there?
Well, Yoodo Alliance got the chicken dinner, so I think that today that their reason they came out of the not performing category. In fact, besides the chicken dinner, they're actually doing okay. But maybe we'll hear from a representative from Yoodo Alliance. So let's head on to the interview. What's up, Lupi from Yoodo Alliance? Lupi is the analyst for Yoodo Alliance. How are you doing, Lupi? Apa khabar, Lupi?
Alhamdulillah, sihat. So far, so good lah, korang.
So far, so good. Okay, Lupi, finally, how do you feel becoming the first team, the first Malaysian team to get the chicken dinner? Apa perasaan jadi pasukan pertama daripada Malaysia yang dapat chicken dinner?
First, kita orang rasa bersyukur. And sekali lagi kita orang jadi first team for Malaysia untuk dapat chicken dinner lah. Bersyukur lah and happy lah sangat-sangat.
So Lupi is grateful and happy to be the first Malaysian team to get the chicken dinner.
Now, how does it feel to fight against the teams for the side of Yoodo Alliance, like fighting one of the best in South Asia? right now, and how do you think about your team current performance as we speak when it comes to day number 2? Apa perasaan Lupi? Jangan risau, saya akan translate berkerut muka dia. Apa perasaan Lupi dengan satu tim sekarang menentang tim-tim yang antara yang terhebat dekat Asia Tenggara pada masa yang sama? Apa ni? What did I ask just now?
It's so long, your question. Oh my goodness.
And apa perasaan Lupi, pandangan Lupi untuk performance tim Lupi sendiri dan juga tim Malaysia dalam keadaan sekarang?
Untuk fight dengan tim yang kuat-kuat dekat Southeast Asia ni, kita orang rasa teruja lah untuk tunjukkan kita orang pun boleh bersaing dengan diorang and tunjukkan something lah dekat kita orang punya fans and family juga. Untuk current performance untuk tim kita orang, so far kita orang quite in a good mood and semua okay lah. Confident pun agak tinggi and cuba kita orang for now kalau boleh nak adapt lagi cepat lah dengan gameplay semua tim yang daripada luar.
Can I follow up to that? Like before I translate, you mentioned about adapting towards the current situation. What's the biggest issue for Yoodo Alliance right now when it comes to adaptation? Apa masalah yang paling besar untuk korang adapt sekarang sebenarnya?
Sebab kita orang pun tak dapat main scrim or fight dengan diorang masa PMRC or before this. So kita orang baru nak catch up lah dengan diorang punya style main lah. Macam
So basically they're having a bit of a problem to adapt, and they need to adapt as fast as possible. What he mentioned just now by Lupi, that the current Malaysian players are good when it comes to confidence. They do have it. It's just maybe not the right time to get it yet. But they're still excited regarding this. They do feel like they deserve to be here, and they know they can actually show that they will be here for the longest time they can.
Right, so Lupi, yesterday Pemburu, we interviewed him. He gave you guys a warning. Don't naughty. Yeah. So, any message to Pemburu and Four Rivals? Semalam kita interview dengan Pemburu. Dia cakap korang semua jangan nakal-nakal lah kan dalam kata lain. So, korang macam dia kata dia orang sikit. Watch out, dia kata semalam. So, apa message pada Pemburu dan Four Rivals?
Untuk Pemburu dan Four Rivals, korang wish korang good luck and korang dapat tunjukkan lah gameplay korang yang sebenar. Kita tahu korang power.
Bosan.
Aduh.
Baik sangat.
Tak warga, grup warga.
Cuba cakap, watch out, apa aku dapat chicken dulu kan. Cuba cakap macam gitu.
And korang kena watch out juga dengan kita orang. Kita orang nampak je macam small-small, tapi kita orang insyaAllah kuat.
Takkanlah kita orang dah chicken, korang mana?
Okay. Okay. So I need to translate that first before we go to the last question.
Yeah,
right? So he says, watch out Pemburu, you take care. We going to find you, we going to take out you. You go out lobby. Boleh tak?
Okay.
Can lah, can.
I think that's it for now for you, the Alliance. But I'm waiting for your jersey. Kalau nak bagi jersey pun boleh juga kan?
Size M.
Yes. My size IPM.
Boss over there.
Boss.
You don't ask anak buah, you ask boss.
Thank you so much, Lupi, and good luck. All the best for Yoodo Alliance. We wish you all the best and wish you get more chicken, especially for Malaysian teams. All the best, guys. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. Bye. You know, Lupi, when we asked him in English, he's like, no.
He's like, what?
No.
Oh, wait,
Don't worry, we're going to translate that. But that was a very, how do I say it? Light-hearted interview where
he's so nice.
He's so nice. It's like you know what? He can just punch it back to Pemburu by saying like you say we should watch out, but we got the chicken first. But he wouldn't throw something like that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Why being so nice?
I know, right? We need content, guys. We need content.
We need the drama. We need the drama.
Yeah, we need like like what Damn Cutie did when he said against.
Yeah. He's cute.
SMG.
He's cute, innocent, but spicy. I miss Damn Cutie right now.
I know.
But back to as a recap here, back again. Well, we did mention about it's going to be a general circle. Like I mentioned, it's going to be a general fight. Probably equals to general circle, but it's going to be Gatka Mountains. Now, I'm not surprised, FaZe, this is their turf to play with. I mean, like, it's something unusual. But for Eagles, actually taking the Gatka Mountain, that's quite ingenious because at first there was a lot of teams up there, including Bacon Time, but they leave those mountains too early.
Yeah, and the Eagles, they took advantage of that, so that's kind of cool for them.
FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they were at one of the houses just below the mountain because I think they just wanted to play a little bit more center. And because they're at this house, so they were the ones defending it. At Bacon time, when they came in, they had a little bit of a handicap. They were playing as a trio at that time, so it's a bit tough for them. But it wasn't easy for the Eagles as well. They went up against the Infinity, but amazing nades coming in from the Eagles, take out 1, take out 2 from the Infinity, and the moment the Infinity is only left with 2 players, it's just numbers that wins the game.
And also, we saw a lot of rushing in coming out from a lot of teams. A lot of them failed for the attempt towards rushing certain compound, including what happened towards the side of, I think it was FaZe, that Infinity tried to take over from. And Ego Esports actually hold their ground quite long, but because of the right timing, Yoodo Alliance, this is very smart. Look at how they're just coming into different angle, but this was a risky one for Rebel Boy. If he got this wrong, Olio is just too far to support him from this side. He couldn't see where Rebel Boy is from this distance, by the way, because of the angles. Lucky enough they didn't make that mistake for Yoodo Alliance. If not, things will go down the drain really fast.
Yep, so there you have it. So we got the ties have been broken. So I mean,
but it's still 4.
Yeah, it's still 4 of them. Still 4 of them, right? Yesterday, even like Indonesia was like what, 2?
3.
3, yeah. So basically, the Thai still broke a record.
Still holding the record.
Yeah, like the most eliminations. Yes, most eliminations. And now this one
and the double chicken too. The only team that got themselves a double chicken, I think, is just Buriram right now. Yeah.
Yes. And also the first team to get a 3-digit point is Thailand. Everything then.
There's a lot of record to be broken for tomorrow because it's going to be our 3rd day of week number 1. But that's it. We'll wrap things up for our day 2 here. Thank you for our sponsors, none other than Realme GT Neo 3 with the latest chipset, MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G. And thank you so much for our live stream partner TikTok. Don't forget to follow our pages as well, that I mentioned before. And also don't forget to register yourself with Grab with 50% off promo code of PUBG and PUBGM. Okay, for new users only. That's it from me, Chu Clap. Thank you, everybody. We know there's shortcomings, but we're sorry. We're not really sorry, but thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.